Even look at the rest of the bill. 5,000 people a day coming into our country. This is who's negotiating this bill. Now, it'd be a terrible bill.
The bill would do a number of things. It would result in hiring more asylum officers who would adjudicate asylum claims, shifting the responsibility from judges to the Department of U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services in a quicker process, possibly as quick as 6 months. It requires the detention of most to attempt entry, and if the daily average of crossings reaches 5,000, the border would have to close to all migrants who don't have an appointment. It would also have to close if the border saw 8,500 people show up in a single day.
Everybody's got to do what they think is best. I'm going to do what I think is best for border security. And if they think that if they think that there's poison pills in it, they've got to push back.
Brandon Judd is the president of the National Border Patrol Council, and we spoke to him Tuesday while he was in D.C. on the Hill talking to lawmakers.
What I would like to see is an amendment process. Not letting the bill come to the light of day when you don't like certain aspects of it, that's fine. But amend it, offer amendments to it.
Let's talk about what's in it, because it feels a little bit confusing to people. You have some people say this ends catch and release. Other people say, no, it does not. What do you say? I mean, you guys would be the ones who'd be enforcing this. Does it essentially end catch and release, or does it not?
It absolutely ends catch and release for single adults. And that includes married couples. That counts as single adults. As long as you don't have a juvenile child when you cross the border illegally, it does absolutely end catch and release for the adults. It does not end catch and release for UACs. It doesn't unaccompanied children. It doesn't necessarily end catch and release for family units. But there's nothing in this bill that requires the release. And so when you look at it that way, and when you look at the number of people that we deal with on a daily basis, there are so many positives to this. There are so many authorities that any Republican president would like to have. President Trump would have liked to have some of the authorities that are in there. And so what this bill does is it ties the hands of bad administrations, and it enhances what a good administration would want to do. And that's the reason that there's so many things in here that the reason that I support the bill. The reason why we support the bill is because there's so many good things, and it will end catch and release for the largest segment of the people that we arrest crossing the border illegally.
Before we get more into the details of what's in the bill, what I hear you saying is, even if there are parts I don't like, this moves the goalpost. Now we have a new starting point from which we're going to debate immigration reform moving forward. If we want to talk about more asylum changes or legal immigration or, merit-based immigration, any future changes would be the new baseline.
Exactly. When you hear all the pushback, everybody's saying, well, this isn't the perfect bill. Well, you can't have a perfect bipartisan bill. That's chasing a unicorn. We've got to get something better than what we're at. If we don't get this bill, then you're consigning us to status quo. And status quo is completely and totally horrendous. If we got this bill, this would be the new starting point. We could then take future bites at the apple. But if we don't do that, if this were the only thing, if somebody were to come to me and say, hey, this is the only bill that's ever going to be passed and you can never do anything from that, I would be opposed to it. But this would be one bite at the apple, then we take another bite at the apple to get to the perfect. But right now, this is something that is much better than what we currently have.
Okay, but you just said status quo. I want to push back on that because talk to us about the amount of people who would be allowed in, right, or who would be allowed to be processed before, quote unquote, the border is shut down. We're reading it's 5,000, and that's roughly the amount that comes in every day. So it wouldn't necessarily be this dramatic change.
It would be a huge change, because that does not mean that we have to release those people. Again, single adults, which is our largest number. So let's use a real world example. Let's use yesterday. Yesterday, we apprehended 6,528 people. That's what we apprehended. 68% of those people were single adults. We released 6,313 of those people. Under this bill, we would only release one that would be subject to release, not necessarily that would be released, but what would be subject to release under this bill would be 1,470. That is a dramatic change in what we're currently doing.
Who would be qualified for release there in that 1,400 number? Children?
Children would automatically. qualify for release, but also family units if they pass a credible fear, if they pass a credible fear interview. But we have to recognize, and these are the authorities that a good administration would have. If we look at credible fear right now, the bar is very, very low under status quo, very low. What this does is it raises it to the Trump bar under the PACER program, under the HART program. It raises it to that bar. So very, very few people would qualify for asylum, for a credible fear asylum case, and therefore they would be held in custody. The ones that would be released would be the ones that actually qualify under a credible fear. Those are the ones that would be subject to release. So again, we dropped from 6,313. If this bill were enacted today, we would have dropped from 6,313 releases. That's exactly what we released. We would drop that to where there would be 1,470 people that would potentially be released, but not necessarily.
Okay, so then we're detaining people, right? Then this would change that to be like, we're going to detain you now instead of just release you. How are we going to detain people? I'm reading we only have 50,000 beds, and then if we reach that capacity, if we reach 50,000, then we have to start releasing people with like an ankle monitor. How is that much different from now?
No, because if you don't pass that credible fear interview, you can appeal that. You don't get released. You can appeal that to the exact same asylum officer who didn't pass you in the first place. And when you don't pass that one, you're immediately removed. So we're not talking about detaining people for weeks, months, years. We're talking about a very, very short period of time. And 50,000 beds is absolutely enough for us to be able to move those people through and get them out of the country.
What about, though, this notion of we will be releasing people with ankle monitors or with some notice to appear at a later date? I'm reading that there would still be a difference in the way it's done now, that those releases. Would we have enough ankle monitors?
So it would be much more stringent. When you look at what we're currently doing, again, I'm going to compare it to the status quo. 6,500 arrests yesterday, 6,313 releases. That's how many we had. Okay, under this new bill, you would have to pass a credible fear interview to get released. That's going to dramatically drop the number. So yes, we do have enough ankle bracelets to deal with that population. What we don't have enough is we don't have enough to deal with the status quo. The status quo is what's requiring us to release so many people. This would require us to detain and remove a vast majority of the segment of the people that are crossing our borders illegally.
Brandon, I want to ask you about that 60 Minutes report that aired on Sunday, because they captured it well, and we've known about it. I think our own Bill Malugin or Griff Jenkins have captured it as well, too. That hole in the border, was it in California? And there's some confusion about who can close it. That nobody can close it. This is where all the Chinese nationals are coming through, and TikTok is telling them to use this exact hole in the fence. What is happening with this area?
We absolutely have the authority to close that. We absolutely have the authority to go back in there and rebuild what they opened up. If somebody comes in and cuts our wall because we don't have the resources to patrol in that area, we can then go back and we can close that hole back up, and that can be done. It's just this administration isn't choosing to do it. And so I'm gonna go right back to the bill. I will stand by this 100%. What this bill will do is it will ensure that bad administrations can't do bad things, while it will enhance what good administrations would do.
Okay, but are you guys can you fix that hole in that particular area, or
only if Biden allows us to? If he doesn't allow us, we can't do anything that Biden won't allow us to do. That's why we have the problem that we're dealing with. If Biden with his orders, if he does not give us the resources to close the hole, we can't close the hole.
Okay, as you know, the speaker has said this isn't gonna work. This bill, it's not good enough. Let's say you get to the end of the week, and this thing isn't moving. And where are you? What do you do? Are you defeated? Do you push forward? Do you regroup and push for something else in an election year? Like, what are the prospects if not this?
Yeah, so we didn't push for this in the first place. When this bill was introduced, we evaluated it, we looked at it, We looked at what were the benefits and what were the positives, what were the negatives. We evaluated that against the status quo, and that's why we supported it. We're not going to push another bill. We're going to continue to push to make sure that we have the proper people elected so that we can use executive authority to do what's necessary. Biden could shut the border down tomorrow, but he's not going to. What this bill would have done, and the reason why I supported the bill, is because it would have tied him to doing the right thing.
Brandon Judd, head of the National Border Patrol Council, thank you so much for joining us.
Glad to be with you. Thank you.
Kayal and Company, mornings 6 till 10, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-466-9625. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-466-9625.
Major phone carriers make you sign contracts with rigid data plans to trap you into a kind of forced phonogamy. Sounds pretty insecure if you ask me. At Consumer Cellular, we believe in a more consensual and healthy form of phonogamy, free of contracts and more flexible to your data needs. This way, you stick around not because we force you to with contracts and fees, but because you love our phone plans. Like ardently love our phone plans. Phonogamously. Consumer Cellular. When Freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Reed Blankenship from the Philadelphia Eagles here. Taking care of my health so I can perform on the field is my top priority. That includes my oral health, so I turn to the Doodat Dental Group, official dentist of the Eagles, for all my dental care. Dr. D and his team ensure I have great oral health, a confident smile, and also screen me for oral cancer. Whether it's general dentistry, robotic implants, or something in between, the Doodat Dental Group plays every position on the field. Smile like the birds. Go to PhiladelphiaEaglesDentist.com.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marbany Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you had a service technician out recently from one of the large private equity-owned HVAC companies? Did they tell you to replace equipment you thought was working fine? Did you know that their service technicians have quotas that they either meet or get fired? Whoops, that was a secret. Here's another secret. My 70-year-old family-owned company does not have quotas. My guys are there to fix, not sell, and that's why you can trust us. Contact us now at MarvanyCans.com.
It's time to start building stronger financial roots. First Harvest Credit Union can help. Open our growth savings account and earn as high as 3.5% annual percentage yield while enjoying flexible access to funds. Want more reasons why we're a better place to grow? Check out our competitive certificate and IRA specials as well. Visit firstharvestcu.com or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for over 84 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Hey neighbor, what you up to?
Just getting the groundwork done to put in my new patio.
Oh, cool. Did you contact Pennsylvania One Call system to check for underground utilities first?
Nah, there's nothing but dirt back here.
Whoa, hey man, are you okay?
Hey, did you guys lose power too? Love that new hair color, Bill.
Yeah, your hair's totally white now.
Maybe I should contact Pennsylvania One Call.
Well, that's the smartest thing you've said all day.
Know what's below. Contact 811 before you dig or visit pa1call.org to submit a locate request to have underground utilities marked.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, Cherry Hill. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker, play 1210 WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Wednesday, February 7th. This is the Fox News Rundown. I'm Sue Guzman. A House vote to impeach Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas goes down to defeat.
A House Republican-led effort to impeach Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas collapsing Tuesday, with House Speaker Mike Johnson announcing a 214 to 216 vote.
The resolution is not adopted.
4 Republicans joining Democrats in voting no: Wisconsin Representative Mike Gallagher, California Representative Tom McClintock, Colorado Representative Ken Buck. With the 4th, Utah Representative Blake Moore, the vice chair of the GOP conference, flipping his vote to a no seconds before the vote closed. The GOP accusing Mayorkas of willfully violating immigration laws, failing to detain migrants, and of breaching public trust. Democrats calling the proceedings a political sham. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
Nikki Haley loses Nevada's Republican presidential primary, but former President Trump was not on the ballot. Fox's Anita Vogel explains.
This is the first time Nevada is holding presidential primaries in addition to its caucuses. And on the GOP side, just because it doesn't include the name Donald Trump. Nikki Haley ran, but it doesn't count. She won't get any delegates towards the GOP nomination because the Republican State Party of Nevada doesn't recognize the primary.
And President Biden won the Nevada presidential Democratic primary with 96% of the votes. Former President Trump can no longer claim immunity in his January 6th case. Fox's David Spunt in Washington with more.
Former President Donald Trump inching closer to a criminal trial in the nation's capital after a federal appeals panel handed his argument of absolute immunity a unanimous defeat. He's on trial for his alleged attempt to overturn the results of the 2020 election. Trump claims he is immune as a former president because the allegations took place while he was in office. A 3-judge panel writing, for the purpose of this criminal case, former President Trump has become Citizen Trump with all the defenses of any other criminal defendant, but any executive immunity that may have protected him while he served as president no longer protects him against this prosecution.
House Democrats are headed out on their annual retreat. We have a preview from Fox's Ryan Schmelz.
President Biden and Vice President Harris are expected to head to Virginia for what's considered the Issues Conference for House Democrats. The caucus could use the event to craft their strategy and messaging for the rest of the year, which includes a competitive election for control of the House. Democrats are trying to flip enough competitive seats in states like New York and California, as Republicans only control the House by a handful of seats. This will be President Biden's 3rd address at the retreat, and he's hoping to unite the party ahead of Election Day. In Washington, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
And in Southern California, the cleanup is just beginning after 3 days of torrential rain. Flash flooding continues to be a danger, at least 5 people dead. I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I'm hosting Terry Hayes' International
best-selling author in his new book, The Year of the Locust. I can't put this book down. It's amazing. It's riveting. You'll find all the inner workings of the CIA. You'll go behind enemy lines in Iran. It's going to be a great night.
So they go into North Korea. They go into the bad parts of Russia. They go into Iran. You know, anywhere where there's no hope or help if you get unmasked.
Wednesday, February 7th at Main Point Books in Wayne, PA. Get your tickets today at 1210WPHT.com. We're going to sell out. Get a signed copy of the book, 1210WPHT.com.
Do you want to taste what America has to offer without leaving your own backyard? Then come to Liberty Union Bar and Grill in Chester Springs and Kimberton, where they feature Americana comfort food served in a warm and inviting bar and dining room. What are you doing for the big game on Sunday? Check out Liberty Union with a free halftime wing and pasta buffet, or come for Valentine's Day with a 3-course meal for $99 a couple. Liberty Union Bar and Grill in Chester Springs and Kimberton, home of the free tater tots. Visit LibertyUnionBar.com.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Overstock emergency! Turn 7 liquidation! Must sell off immediately! This is it, no games! Everything to the bare walls! At the Philadelphia Mills and Moorestown Mall, Turn 7 liquidation centers! Electronics, furniture, bed and bath, computers, apparel, outerwear, pet supplies, sporting goods, designer home decor, toys, drastically marked down 60 to 90% off. Everything from the nation's biggest online retailers must be sacrificed now. Turn 7! Philadelphia Mills, Moorestown Mall. Dealers welcome. Turn 7 liquidations.
Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaros and Mark Cumberland, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Find out all you need to know about home buying and selling. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com. Good News in Real Estate, Saturdays 1 p.m. on WPHT.
Hi, it's Ian Bush. If you're looking for that perfect piece of furniture, you have to check out Bucks County Estate Traders. They have the largest in-stock inventory in the region, and I mean largest, enough to fill a 58,000 square foot showroom. Quality, high-end furniture and accessories, modern, traditional, mid-century, all types of European styles, current pieces, as well as antiques. They'll arrange to ship anywhere, or you can pick up in-store. So visit them on Bethlehem Pike in Hatfield or at buckscountyestatetraders.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit, hims.com/joy.
I lived alone and was having problems with my landlord. He's a creep. One night I'm watching TV and I hear my landlord letting himself in. Hey, get out. You can't keep coming in.
I'm just here to fix your fridge and spend some time together.
Get out. I'm reporting you.
Don't make a federal case of it.
A federal case? Sexual harassment in housing is against federal law. If you are harassed, file a complaint with HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Free speech lives here, on the air, and on the Odyssey app. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
All of the major indexes were up Tuesday. The Dow gained 141 points, the Nasdaq up 11, the S&P 500 also gained 11. Earnings reports due later today from Fox, Disney, Uber, and Mattel, among others. The IRS says it expects to collect hundreds of billions of dollars more in overdue and unpaid taxes than previously anticipated, using the funding from the Inflation Reduction Act. The report says revenues are expected to increase by as much as $561 billion from 2024 to 2034. And Fox, ESPN, and Warner Brothers Discovery are joining forces to launch a streaming platform to share sports programming under one broadband roof.
Consumers would be able to subscribe directly via a new app. Subscribers would also have the ability to bundle the product with the company's streaming platforms.
Fox's Hillary Barsky. And that's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
There is yet another reason why the FBI considers China the U.S.'s biggest threat.
The PRC has a bigger hacking program than that of every major nation combined.
And FBI Director Christopher Wray told a House committee at a hearing last week they are targeting
our water treatment plants, our electrical grid, our oil and natural gas pipelines, our transportation systems.
And Wray says the Chinese goal is
to wreak havoc and cause real-world harm to American citizens and communities.
Adding to Director Wray's concern,
if you took every single one of the FBI's cyber agents and intelligence analysts and focused them exclusively on the China threat, China's hackers would still outnumber FBI cyber personnel by at least 50 to 1.
And the director is also worried about TikTok, which we'll talk about later.
There's no doubt about it that as global tensions increase, the situation between the United States and the West in general with China is starting to become precarious.
John Cofrancesco is a cybersecurity expert, founder and CEO of the company Applied AI.
And he's on the mark when he describes the threats coming from China. The reality is China is actively targeting us.
So let's go through the infrastructure that's being targeted. Let's start with the electric grid. How vulnerable are we?
So upshot in electric is that we have, as a nation, spent a lot of money, a lot of time to improve the security in the electrical grid. So of the major areas of infrastructure, that is the one in which I feel most comfortable. But some of the other segments are still completely vulnerable by comparison.
Okay, but with the grid, how do hackers get in?
If we wind back the clock about 100 years, you have a bunch of guys in a coal plant, just chucking coal into a furnace, and that's generating electricity. Everything was controlled manually. Today, there are a group of systems. They all have cute acronyms like SCADA and HMI. And so these systems all manage that infrastructure that was once, manually controlled. So what the bad guys do is they go for a fishing trip. They test to find if they can find open ports, paths of entry into these control systems. And then once they're in, as you know, they then spend all of their time figuring out how they can move vertically and laterally across networks to gain control of different assets within a power network. So, for example, you might increase power to a certain location such that the transformers can't manage it. You might decrease power to a certain location. You might flip a switch on or off. And whereas that used to be done physically, again, today, all done through the systems. And that's their point of entry.
But you feel pretty good that utility companies have a good defense.
I think insofar as you can defend anything in cyber, the utility companies have spent a lot of money and time and effort there. It's not to say that they can't get hit. They're going to get hit. It's just to say that they're more resilient as compared to some of our other critical infrastructure, categories.
Let's talk about water systems.
So this is the one where I am very nervous about water. It is a much harder system to manage because of how we do water in our country. So in the electrical grid, you really have about 24 principal companies, and they're monopolies, for lack of a better term, right? They're really integrated with state and federal governments. So there's a lot of control there. In the water side, you have tens of thousands of local and municipal water organizations who, all for cost reasons, have begun to put in those same automations that electric has had for a long time, but they have comparatively little to no investment in security. When I say little to no investment, I really mean like $0 for most of these organizations.
Wow.
And you don't need to turn off the water for a very big location to have a massive impact. We are, as a nation, I think, we're in a very, very dangerous spot when it comes to water.
I would imagine the threat is more contamination than just turning the water off, right?
Well, there's a bunch of different things you can do. The first is contamination. That's so you could increase the fluoride levels in water, such as to make it poisonous. You could turn off the water in the sense that you could push too much water to certain locations, causing ruptures, which again, actually could destroy the water facility. Turn off the water to people's houses for 3 or 4 days and watch what happens. I mean, it would be catastrophic, and this sounds very scary, but unfortunately, when it comes to water, we have not done enough of the right things, and we are in a tough spot.
Okay. You mentioned pipeline. We had that hack a couple of years ago where the gas pipeline and the East Coast was affected. We're talking about gasoline. That's another issue. I mean, oil and gas is another big infrastructure here.
Yeah, that's so, it's an amazing thing, the modern American life. We enjoy so much luxury by virtue of these unseen pipelines, right? Whether they're moving water or electricity or gas, right? They make our lives run. And if you turn off just a handful of pipelines in this country, oil or gas, yeah, you can completely impact America's ability to travel, to work, to get to places. Now, I will comment that for the most part in oil and gas, they're more secure than water, though less secure than electric. And typically, when those facilities are attacked, it's not the OT, the operational technology, the actual pipeline that's attacked. Typically, it's the IT that's attacked. So, for example, in the pipeline attack we're discussing, they really affected the payment system. So that organization could have pumped gas. They elected not to because they didn't have a way to charge for it.
We've had a lot of ransomware attacks. I mean, hospital systems have been hit with those in the last year or so. Ransomware, have cyber defenses done better fending those off or no?
Not really. What's happened is that the world's best hackers are busy fighting a war in Ukraine. So they're not as busy committing active ransomware attacks in the United States. I think when that war concludes, hopefully very soon, I think you'll see a spike in that behavior again.
What should the U.S. and private companies be doing to deal with all these threats that we aren't? I mean, we have cyber defenses, but what do you think should be done more?
I have a somewhat contrarian opinion on this.
Okay.
I think that the Biden administration did a really nice job in the first couple of years, getting out, raising the flag, letting everybody know, hey, we got to focus on this. And they deserve a lot of credit for that. They have done a poor job getting off of first base and rounding the score here. And what I mean by that is you cannot effectuate security through government mandate. And the way we need to do that is to create financial inducements, encourage them, pay them to add security. So if you turn around to the water facility plants, 14,000 of them that are really critical, and you say, hey, we're going to pay you contract of XYZ to add security, they'll go off and do that. If you just tell them to go do that, but don't incentivize them financially, it's not only that they won't, many of them can't. So that's the transition we need to see. And I liken that back to America's economy running into World War II. Ford, GM, those organizations, private organizations, got large government contracts. They were profit-driven contracts, and it encouraged the greatest production in world history. We need to do the same thing in cybersecurity, and we need to do that now before any engagement with a foreign power like China.
What about our transportation sector? I suppose the worry would be more on like mass transit, like airplanes and buses, trains. How are we on security for those?
Considerably better. By and large, I feel very, very confident in our air travel. Where I feel less confident with regards to mass transportation is in shared systems. So a small breach in the radar systems, a small breach in some of the issue reporting systems at the Department of Transportation could cause major delays and backups. And Americans travel by car, and that disbursement of control actually gives us some measure of security. If you wanted to attack American transportation, it's not to say they wouldn't go after trains and planes, but you'd probably just go after the oil pipelines.
Let's go back to FBI Director Christopher Wray at that hearing last week, talking about another potential threat made in China.
I have very significant security concerns about TikTok. And it's a combination of the ability that the Chinese government would have to, if they choose to exercise it, to control the collection of the data, to control the recommendation algorithm, and if they wanted to be able to control and compromise devices.
Now, John, you and I have talked about TikTok before with bans in place on the social media app on some federal and state government-issued devices, and you share his concerns about TikTok, right?
He's completely right. And it's not just TikTok, it's some of the other major Chinese-run or Chinese-backed organizations, but TikTok is the most clear. The reality is that we are handing over the details that the Chinese government needs to control or to attempt to control American citizens. At no other time in history would we have done that. I'll give you an example. During the Cold War, we weren't inviting the writers of Pravda into every elementary school in the United States. Why would we allow the Chinese Communist Party to do that with our children now? It's crazy.
But people are like, look, I'm just watching videos. They're fun. They're just short videos. They're all over the place, and I'm having a good time. What's the big deal?
Right. Yeah, so that's the mistake, right? You're not just watching videos. What you are doing is handing the Chinese a location data for everywhere you've been, keystroke data for the things you're putting into the phone, relationship data with all the people you know. You're creating a target pattern that's so they can decide if and when they want to utilize you as a lever on somebody else. This isn't cartoon bad guys. These guys are really, really smart. And we don't even know all the ways they could use that data. But we know if you hand them a gun, the likelihood that they're going to fire it is better than fair.
But social media, everything, all our apps collect data, right? I mean, no matter what I use. So why is this different?
Well, as a rule, I would say that we need to change the policy of how social media collects data, across the board, right? And the Chinese, and I will credit them here, when we complain about TikTok, they say, hey, listen, Facebook does the same stuff. They're right. Facebook and Instagram and Twitter or X, really, they do the same things. But here's the difference. Mark Zuckerberg's a U.S. citizen. The majority of his employees are U.S. citizens. TikTok is not managed by U.S. citizens.
They say we're U.S. China doesn't run us.
Yeah, so they have a Singaporean front man behind a Chinese, standing in front of a Chinese board, right? They're collecting that data. They are moving it to places that are in fact offshore, although they've denied it. I have all sorts of concerns with how TikTok works, but I actually think it speaks to a broader point about information sharing and propaganda. And worst of all, it is targeted at our youth. Fighting a battle where you're always reactive, which is what we're doing when it comes to propaganda and information sharing with TikTok, will always be a losing battle. It's always going to be in arrears. So we have to find a way to strike out and actually attack it, which probably means shutting it down.
John Cofrancesco, founder and CEO for Applied AI. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Rich Cioli, afternoons 3 to 7, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
My wife and I we ended up mildly sick for a few months, and the nasal congestion was probably the worst part. I had like a post-nasal drip, just super congested all the time. We were taking everything we possibly could, but nothing really worked.
Kyrie was miserable until a friend recommended Navage. Navage offers immediate drug-free congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Don't live in misery this cold season. Use Navage so you can breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away.
The biggest thing Navage has done has completely cleaned out my nasal passages. It was from the first use. I was able to just clear out anything that was stopping me from breathing correctly. Navage helps me clear the way, literally clear the way for me to operate better in the rest of my life.
Experience the Navage difference yourself. Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, Navage.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
Gerhard's Appliances is Philly's place to get appliances you need for prices you'll love. Stop in now during the President's Day sales event to get patriotically priced kitchen packages, like this LG 4-piece stainless steel package for only $1,999. Prices like that put the suite in Kitchen Suite and are only available during Gerhard's Appliances President's Day sales event. Shop local and save big at Gerhard's, where 75 years of small business is kind of a big deal. Visit GerhardsAppliance.com.
Runner's knee, golfer's back, hiker's hip.
Any of these feel familiar? At Virtua Orthopedics and Spine, we've got a doc for that.
Baker's wrist, laptop neck, shopper's shoulder.
Yep, we've got a doc for those too. Virtua Orthopedics and Spine has over 60 specialists, 20 PT rehab facilities, and 26 surgical sites all across South Jersey. Find the right specialist for you at virtua.org/ortho.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
The Medical Examiner's Office is investigating who sent 2 unmarked fetuses to Philadelphia's Mutter Museum. If passed, the governor's new budget will boost spending for education and mass transit. The family of a 12-year-old boy shot to death by police 2 years ago is suing the city and the officer.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Whoa, long time no see. It's me, the Rock t-shirt in the back of your closet. Dude, remember? You crowd surfed in me, man. But you haven't worn me in like forever. I get it, you're retired, but I still got some rock left in me. So take me to Goodwill, where I can really make a difference.
Your donations to Goodwill create jobs, training programs, and education assistance for people in your community. To find your nearest donation center, go to goodwill.org. Donate stuff. Create jobs. A message from Goodwill and the Ad Council.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Nikki Haley loses the Nevada Republican primary to the none of these candidates option on the ballot.
Nikki Haley won't get any delegates towards the GOP nomination because the Republican State Party of Nevada doesn't recognize the primary.
Fox's Anita Vogel. Former President Trump did not appear on the ballot, opting instead to take part in the caucuses Thursday. And on the Democrat side, President Biden won by a wide margin. House voting to impeach DA Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, and it failed by 2 votes. Maryland Democratic Congressman Jamie Raskin with an emotional defense of Mayorkas.
All over the world, democracy and freedom are under siege today, and all our colleagues can think to do is to sell out our Democratic allies.
Mayorkas had claimed it was politically motivated. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Houston Astros second baseman Jose Altuve has signed a 5-year contract extension worth $125 million. Altuve is an 8-time All-Star and a 3-time batting champ. Dodgers pitcher Clayton Kershaw has agreed to return for a 17th season in L.A. Kershaw's career record, 210 wins, 92 losses. Clemson knocked off third-ranked North Carolina 80-76. The Tigers won for just the second time in 62 tries at Chapel Hill. Fifth-rated Houston won its 20th game of the season. The Cougars down Oklahoma State 79-60. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers formally introduced new offensive coordinator Liam Cohen. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Bob Bortali, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Purdy gives Shanahan the ability to adjust and tweak a game plan in the moment and on the fly. And if you're saying to yourself, and I would be, well, you're supposed to do that. Everyone does that. Keep in mind there's a huge gap between those quarterbacks who can and those who can't. Why did Jimmy Garoppolo phase out in San Francisco? If the system makes the quarterback, where is Trey Lance? They're watching Brock Purdy throw 31 touchdowns and 11 interceptions, completing 70% of his passes. But the intangibles is what you really don't know until you see the guy process in the moment. The jump from the college defense to the NFL defense and facing them. Many quarterbacks can't make that progression. Purdy's success has been because of that. He is ahead of the speed of the defense. And his big moments, a game-winning drive, taking the team to a long possession to milk the clock, I think it shows why he was mentioned for the NFL MVP just a couple of months ago.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Don't miss The Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy. Download the free Upside app and earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GIFT for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's promo code GIFT.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
I'm always striving to live my healthiest life, so I need a health plan that has my back. With Independence Blue Cross, I get access to the largest network of doctors and hospitals in the region and free virtual doctor visits 24/7. Plus, with premiums as low as $0 per month, I can stay on top of my health and keep my budget in check. Independence has given me coverage I can count on, and they'll do the same for you. Learn more about your coverage options at IBX.com.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Daisy was abandoned and placed in foster care at 15 years old.
Before I was adopted, I felt like I wasn't enough. I had a hole in my heart, but when my mom asked to adopt me, that hole was closed.
The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is changing the lives of teenagers lingering in foster care, like Daisy, who need a safe, permanent home now. You can help. Learn more at davethomasfoundation.org.
Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaros and Mark Cumberland, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Find out all you need to know about home buying and selling. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com. Good News in Real Estate, Saturdays 1 p.m. on WPHT. If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter.
And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack. Like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Wish you could show your kids the world? On a Disney Cruise Line vacation this summer, you can. On board, enjoy everything from Disney characters to imaginative dining, and onshore, sun-drenched beaches and charming locales await. Kayal & Company will be sending someone on a 7-night Disney cruise for 4 to the Caribbean. And it could be you. Listen for the keyword weekday mornings at 8:30. Then go to 1210WPHT.com and enter for your chance to win. Because the time to show your kids the world is now. From Kayal & Company and Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal & Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Wednesday, February 7th. It is indeed Kayal & Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal. Kayal. Dawn Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Anthony Dorenzo, our associate producers. Happy hump day, everybody. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
Gregory?
Yeah, buddy.
You in a good mood?
I am.
Beautiful.
Good. Yeah.
Should be. We got a lot of great stuff today.
Lots of great stuff today.
Cut sheet 745. Tony Bruno live from Radio Row in Las Vegas, Nevada at the Super Bowl.
Wow.
And we also have our keyword.
Keyword.
Day number 5 at 8:30.
By the way, I got some preliminary, whatever. I got some numbers.
Preliminary.
And people are very, very, very interested in this contest. I know it's shocking. That people want to go on a free cruise to the Caribbean
for 7 nights.
With
4 people.
With 3 of their friends, family members, people they just want to bribe. I know it's,
So you're saying
hard to believe.
Radio listeners like free stuff?
Free stuff.
I never knew that.
And by the way, if you haven't signed up yet,
yeah,
you can still do that. You don't have to have every keyword to win. And in fact, maybe at 8:30, Nick, you can just go through some of the keywords that, from previous days.
I'll be like a teacher giving out the correct answers as we go over the exam.
And you can sign up right now and take that to 1210WPHT.com and register.
There you go.
It could be you.
Sounds good.
We'll call you on the air.
Yes, we will. Friday, February 23rd.
Wow.
How about that?
Yeah.
We have a huge show today for you guys. I'm telling you, there is not a slow moment on today's program. We have a big take about free speech with Tucker Carlson in Russia interviewing Vladimir Putin. RNC, Ronna McCain, whatever you want to call her.
Romney.
Goodbye. Yeah, McCain, Romney, Bush, they're all the same. Get out. We're done with you.
Her maiden name's Romney, right?
Yeah.
Alejandro Mayorkas not impeached. Donald Trump loses an appeal. I will explain what I think the next steps should be, and then we will get into the timeline of this debacle.
The GOP is very bad at
everything?
At impeaching people. They're just not good at it.
It just never goes their way.
Clown
So we
show.
will dime out those 4 Republicans, including the one from Colorado who always seems to be a thorn in the side. He might as well just flip from R to D. I swear he never votes with the Republicans. It's unreal. Also, Elon Musk exposes Walt Disney's racially motivated hiring practices. This is a very interesting development last night. And also, Bud Light, their new Super Bowl ad, I believe has been leaked. I thought it was supposed to be Super Bowl Sunday, but it's out, and we will discuss that. I think you might like some of the people that are in it.
Do we have it? Do we have the commercial?
I believe Phil has it. Yes,
good,
he does.
good. Wow, so
Yes,
we
he
can
does.
debut it here.
That's right. Take it for what it's worth. It's coming from the internet. All right, let's get to the news. We never have to worry about the validity and authenticity of these reports because they come from a 2-time Emmy Award winner, the great Dawn Stenzelin at 6:04.
Good morning. Chilly this morning. I will tell you when the warm-up begins. 30 degrees right now here on Kayal and Company News Live, Wednesday, February 7th. Philadelphia police investigating a shooting that has left 2 people injured, including a 12-year-old who is recovering in the hospital this morning. So this happened on the 5300 block of Lindsberg Boulevard just before 4 p.m. yesterday afternoon, right outside an auto shop. Police say the 12-year-old suffered a graze wound to his head. A 43-year-old man suffered a gunshot wound in his back. The 12-year-old was rushed to the hospital. He's in stable condition this morning. However, the 43-year-old man transported to the hospital is in critical condition. Police investigating that one, and many speaking out with outrage after a 12-year-old innocent victim was shot. The grieving widow of a Pennsylvania state trooper killed in a DUI crash on I-95 is now taking legal action. A newly filed lawsuit says the death of 29-year-old Brandon Siska could have been prevented. 100% preventable, it says, saying that Trooper Siska should have returned home to his pregnant wife, who we know well. After his shift on 2022, Siska and Trooper Martin Mack were helping a pedestrian, ID'd as 28-year-old Reyes Rivera Oliveras, get into the back of their cruiser on I-95 South, right near the stadium complex, South Philadelphia, when that deadly, tragic crash happened. Well, they're saying it resulted in the troopers, as well as the man they were trying to help. They took a father, husband away from his family, and that family deserves these answers. That, according to the family attorney. So this is a wrongful death lawsuit against the convicted drunk driver, 23-year-old driver Janaea Webb, convicted of killing all 3 men. But it also alleges Vibe Lounge, a hookah lounge, Vibe Hookah Lounge in Philadelphia's Germantown neighborhood. It accuses them for illegally serving alcohol and marijuana to Webb, even though she was clearly intoxicated. So the lawsuit claiming that Webb was, everybody could tell that she, well, according to witnesses, etc., that she was highly intoxicated at that establishment. She was being overserved alcohol as well as marijuana.
So it's the establishment's job now to realize when somebody's had too much and not serve them?
That's what the lawsuit's alleging.
Yeah. Ridiculous.
As in,
it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
You're referring to like bars and stuff, right? Like restaurants that are serving.
Yeah.
Okay,
it's a hookah lounge.
Well, yeah, I know that.
It's a place that has, it's you can smoke
a hookah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, with
they also
your choice of ingredients.
Yeah. They also had no permit or license to serve alcohol. So there's another problem. So when the story broke, that lounge it shut down like the next day because they weren't even permitted to, that whole thing. So in any event, that's something we're following very closely as far as that lawsuit. And these lawsuits are not uncommon in truth. If you have a party and somebody leaves your party drunk and they get in an accident, you're going to get sued.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
of course.
Yep. Should have taken all of their keys and stuck them in the bread basket on top of the refrigerator.
I mean, we've seen that one.
Then seriously, why should anybody open a bar or why should anybody open a place where they serve alcohol if that's the case? You know what I mean?
Yeah, especially with the cost of getting one of these liquor licenses in the state, which is not a pretty, it's a nice pretty penny, I'll tell you that much.
I have literally had family parties where I said, oh, I just got a heads up from my neighbor right up the road. They're stopping everybody. They have one of those, where they're stopping DUI checkpoints because some of my relatives were, because you have to, first of all, you're worried about the people you love and so on and so forth.
Right.
But it's going to come back on you.
Yeah, you got to protect your butt.
So, accountability. Philadelphia police launching an investigation after they say a strange package containing 2 preserved fetuses was delivered to the Mutter Museum. That happened yesterday. Everybody's pronouncing it Mutter Museum.
Yes.
I've always heard it Mutter.
No,
Is it Mutter?
It's the Mutter Museum.
Because it's like Swedish.
Is it Swedish?
Mutter? Or German?
I think it's German.
Is it German?
Yeah.
The Mutter.
Yeah, it's where they have the pickled punks and all those,
all that stuff.
all those creepy
Mutter.
science project things.
Yeah, well,
Creepy science project.
So they said that they opened it up. There was a letter, said that this was a retired physician.
Yeah.
And here she was saying they had these 2 specimens, and basically this is the stuff you might be interested in having. So ultimately, they do take donations. This was just a weird one. So, they have to look into it. Who knows how old this is?
Fetal remains, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they're saying fetuses.
Feti.
Jeez. Isn't there a comedy bit on this?
Yeah.
Like Foxin', Boxin'?
I don't know.
Let's get to Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro delivering his budget address, saying, among other things, how do you pay for all this? Well, time to tap into the surplus and time to legalize recreational marijuana, Pennsylvania.
Wow.
So the governor calling on lawmakers to legalize the drug. I knew
Amen.
you'd like that.
30 years late, but let's go. Right?
Come on.
So, you know what? If you have a budget and you're maybe going to raise taxes on some things, the most brilliant thing you can do is just put pot right at the headline.
I agree.
That's all everybody notices. So we've got that going on. He's unveiled his budget seeking billions of dollars. And we know for schools, we have that ruling a year ago. So they by law have to reallocate money to certain schools, etc.
I predict that it will be some sort of ballot initiative to get people out in November.
It's a good call.
That will be on the ballot. Some sort of abortion measure will be on the ballot, and
ding 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 ding.
GOP goes PA goes blue.
Yep.
I mean, I will say this, though. I mean, I think if you're a state and you're seeking additional revenue, I mean, the fact that there are some states across the country that haven't legalized marijuana and or sports gambling is just outrageous at this point.
Yep.
I mean, it should be legal across the board in every state. You're printing money.
That's basically what Shapiro's saying. That, why not? All of our neighbors are doing it.
Yep.
So tap into it. He also wants to raise the minimum wage, which is one of the lowest in the nation. So he pretty much wants to double it and bring it up to what our neighbors' minimum wages are in, for example, Jersey.
Where are we at? $7.50 still?
Yeah, it's
outrageous.
And so he wants to bring it up to 15.
Jim on the YouTube chat writes, "Yippee! Keep the people high and unaware. The people are already high and unaware. It would just be legal now, and you could get revenue from it."
Yep,
this is true. I'm not going to. I know Nick has a ton of national stuff, so I stayed local here in the news. We have so much to get to. Just real quick on the forecast, the warm up really begins, and we could see some record warm heading in. We are at 30 degrees right now. Heading up today, we're still in the mid-40s, still brisk today, but I will tell you, starting tomorrow, wow, we are in the 50s. By Saturday, we're looking to 65 degrees for Saturday. Yeah, it's crazy. Now, Saturday, we may see some sprinkles, but as of right now, it's not a washout by any measure. So today, it's actually 48 degrees. They've just re-upped this. 48 degrees today. Tomorrow for your Thursday, bright, and this is bright sunshine today, Thursday, Friday. Tomorrow, 53. Friday, what a beauty, 55 degrees. Saturday, we could see 65, especially down the shore. For Philadelphia and closer in the city to Philadelphia, we're looking more like 58 degrees, 58 to 60 for your Saturday, and then Sunday, 55 degrees. What a warm spring-like stretch, but all the meteorologists and National Weather Service keeps teasing us saying, don't put away the winter coats just yet.
Of course
we could
not.
see, it's one of those Februaries where we could get blasted with some snow.
Mm-hmm.
Kayal and Company News Live.
I'm anticipating one more deep Arctic freeze.
Yeah?
Yeah. I don't know when, but it'll just be when we're ready to get out of it, Dawn. You pull out the golf clubs and then kaboom, 6 inches of snow and a high of 19 degrees.
It's so true.
Can't wait. All right, 6:14 on this Wednesday morning as we get ready for a midweek Big Take.
Hi, everyone.
Oh, hi.
Oh, hi,
How
Steph.
are you? There she is.
Sorry about that. Hang
She
on.
was like, she's so excited for the Big Take, she thought she was doing it.
Love Stephanie.
Hang on a second. Just give me 1 second.
Stephanie and
Talk
Matt.
amongst yourselves.
This is not set up properly.
So, Dawn, what are
no.
your thoughts about Ronna McDaniel?
I know, right? We were like, oh, well, you played that sound, or Greg and you played the sound the other day of Trump being very coy, saying, oh, I think so. I think he obviously knew, right?
Yes,
That's
I
your
would
take?
believe so. And he's probably eyeing up, obviously he can't just directly choose it. There's a new election that'll have to take place, but a lot of people speculating that it'll be Michael Whatley, the North Carolina Republican Party chair.
Okay, we're ready to go.
You ready to go?
I'm ready to
Let's go to a big take, shall we?
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the Big Take brought to you by Turn 7 Liquidations, conflicting views on speech. You know, censorship has been a predominant weapon of choice for the left and mainstream media over the last 3.5 years. However, in a hyper-emotional election season, it appears that 2024 is showing some mixed signals when it comes to the censorship industrial complex. And there's a range of stories and headlines that illustrate where we are at this very moment in America. You have Tucker Carlson in Russia getting ready to interview Putin, much to the chagrin of the legacy media. It's okay when they interview Osama bin Laden, but if Tucker Carlson interviews Putin, it's treasonous. Bill Maher will not allow the far left to deplatform Republicans that he wants on his show. Spotify just paid Joe Rogan a cool $250 million in a brand new contract extension. So to say it's a mixed bag of conflicting stances and trends on silencing viewpoints would be an understatement. But let's start with the censoring of news on a political level here in America. In 2020, we know the New York Post story on Hunter Biden's laptop was real, yet the government and social media colluded together to shut down the sharing of that story. Polls indicate that 1 in every 6 Biden voter would have voted differently had they have known that information. Now here in 2024, we have TV gas bags like Rachel Maddow of MSNBC and Jake Tapper of CNN deciding not to air Donald Trump's speeches as if there's some sort of sanctimonious viewer discretion advised warning that should come along with Trump and a hot mic. And while legacy news media is dying, social media is thriving. And the numbers, sadly, do not favor conservatives. Rumble has 20.5 million users in the United States. Twitter has 51.6 million. That pales in comparison to Facebook, 177 million, Instagram, 140 million, and TikTok, 108 million. Those 3 sites, we all know, far more left-wing friendly. But the deck isn't stacked entirely against Republicans and Trump supporters. Bill Maher, no Trump apologist by any stretch, but he has abandoned the far-left lunacy of the woke progressives, and he refuses to be told who he can prop up on his show. In an interview published Monday in Reason magazine titled Weed, Wokeness, and 30 Years of Free Speech, the HBO host said he received scorn from, quote, a pretty famous person for welcoming Republicans to his show. In the sit-down, Maher was asked how often he is accused of platforming, which is a growing sin among the left, of allowing a conservative on a mainstream liberal platform. Maher said the following: I had Ron DeSantis and Ted Cruz on this year, and Bill Barr. And yes, to answer your question, I can think of 2 people, and I won't say who they are. One of them is pretty famous, just yelling at me in an email about that, Maher said. And my answer to that is F off. You know what? You live in your ivory tower, and I'm going to talk to everybody in the half of the country that you find is so deplorable. They're not going to self-deport, even if they are deplorable. And some of them are. And some on the left are deplorable too, and incredibly obnoxious. That's the country, says Bill Maher. Anybody with a brain, a basic grasp of the Constitution, and mildly thick skin can realize that deplatforming opposing viewpoints is un-American and it's cowardly. Bill Maher at least gets points for that. And speaking of free speech and mainstream media, mild kudos to Spotify for reaching a new contract extension with Joe Rogan. See, even companies on the left value speech if you bring in revenue regardless of your viewpoints. Rogan is the perfect example, a former liberal who is now a Trump supporter who speaks his mind, and Spotify acknowledges his value. The Wall Street Journal reports the contract is worth up to $250 million between a minimum upfront guarantee and potential revenue shares based on ad sales. Rogan signed a fully guaranteed deal with Spotify in 2020 for $200 million over 3.5 years. The original deal was set to expire this year. As good as Spotify is, YouTube remains number one for broadcast, for opinion, and for podcasts. Did you know that 29% of all broadcasts end up on YouTube, compared to 17% on Spotify and 16% on Apple iTunes? So if you've ever wondered why Kayal and Company is only simulcasted on video with YouTube, well, now you know. The reach for speech is tremendous on there, as long as you don't play a Tom Petty song. But the mainstream media's agenda has been brought to the light in the last handful of years, and it's very reflective of their decline in consumption. Vivek Ramaswamy points out a myriad of examples of the fake news. Vivek tweeting the following: "The mainstream media lies like it's their profession, yet the abysmal failure of their business model suggests it's not even in their best interest anymore, which makes you think Russia collusion, Hunter Biden laptop, Charlottesville, Bubba Wallace, UC Smollett, Covington Catholic students, Gretchen Whitmer kidnapping plot, the COVID lab leak theory, the Steele dossier, Don't Say Gay was in the bill, migrants, kids in cages, Georgia election integrity being the new Jim Crow, Duke lacrosse kids, January 6th footage, peaceful BLM riots, ivermectin is a horse dewormer, and Trump used tear gas to clear a crowd for a Bible photo. The list goes on." You're right, Vivek. Indeed, it does. And now the mainstream media not happy about Tucker Carlson interviewing Putin over in Russia. But why would he do this? Well, that's what journalists do. Listen and watch this clip of Tucker over in Russia.
We're in Moscow tonight. We're here to interview the president of Russia, Vladimir Putin. We'll be doing that soon. There are risks to conducting an interview like this, obviously, so we thought about it carefully over many months. Here's why we're doing it. First, because it's our job. We're in journalism. Our duty is to inform people. 2 years into a war that's reshaping the entire world, most Americans are not informed. They have no real idea what's happening in this region, here in Russia or 600 miles away in Ukraine. But they should know. They're paying for much of it in ways they might not fully yet perceive. The war in Ukraine is a human disaster. It's left hundreds of thousands of people dead, an entire generation of young Ukrainians, and it's depopulated the largest country in Europe. But the long-term effects are even more profound. This war has utterly reshaped the global military and trade alliances, and the sanctions that followed have as well. And in total, they have upended the world economy. The post-World War II economic order, the system that guaranteed prosperity in the West for more than 80 years, is coming apart very fast, and along with it, the dominance of the US dollar. These are not small changes. They are history-altering developments. They will define the lives of our grandchildren. Most of the world understands this perfectly well. They can see it. Ask anyone in Asia or the Middle East what the future looks like. And yet the populations of the English-speaking countries seem mostly unaware. They think that as nothing has really changed. And they think that because no one has told them the truth. Their media outlets are corrupt. They lie to their readers and viewers. And they do that mostly by omission.
Dawn always says media bias by omission. Tucker takes it a step further, saying it is lying by omission. The media and the government, they like when you are uninformed and distracted, and certainly when you take what they feed you as gospel and undisputed truth. Like, you know, when you're caught up in your own little world and you're scrolling and you're swiping, texting and tweeting, oblivious but also obnoxious to those who dare to think critically and speak freely. And most people are. A study by Syracuse University's journalism school, according to The Blaze, found that just 3.5% of American journalists now identify as Republicans. If true, 96.5% are either Democrat or independent, or perhaps not even registered at all, which explains a lot of the omission, the slants, and the bias. And we're seeing a lot more voices that are speaking out against the establishment mindset, but those are the powerful and the select few. But it just might be enough, given the reach that those people have, to continue the trend of Americans realizing what the system is about and how the game is played by all of those who fall in line. And while there are certainly and definitely conflicting views on speech, make no mistake about it that the censorship industrial complex is working overtime in 2024 as the election gets closer and closer. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning brought to you by Turn 7 Liquidations. Overstock emergency. Turn 7 must liquidate to the bare walls, and they have to do it immediately. No games. All name brand merchandise from the biggest online retailers have been sacrificed up to 90% off. Turn 7, Philadelphia Mills, Moorestown Mall. Hurry, Turn 7 Liquidations. We'll come back. We'll get into Ronna McDaniel stepping down as the chairwoman of the RNC. Also, the House fails to impeach Alejandro Mayorkas. And we also have more disaster in New York. Now we have moped-riding migrant mobs, and they're terrorizing senior citizens in New York City. We'll get to that story. Donald Trump. A busy, busy show this morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Kayal and Company. We're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Super Bowl Sunday this Sunday. And FanDuel Sportsbook, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is America's #1 sportsbook, is going to help you celebrate. I said I'm taking the Kansas City Chiefs plus 2.5. I also like Travis Kelce to score an anytime touchdown at plus 100. And Patrick Mahomes to be the Super Bowl MVP at plus 140. FanDuel has so many ways for you to end the season with a W or 2 or 3. Not only can you bet on who will win the Super Bowl, but FanDuel also has bets for which players will score a touchdown, how many points will be scored, and so much more. New customers join today, and you'll get $200 in bonus bets if your first bet of $5 or more wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to sign up right now. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT. 21 and over, present in PA, $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Toby from Wendy's. Our new breakfast burrito is a fully loaded breakfast. I don't even know if I have enough time to tell you everything that's inside. 2 fresh cracked eggs, seasoned breakfast potatoes, 6 strips of bacon, cheese sauce wrapped in a warm flour tortilla. Yes! Now, come and get it. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new breakfast burrito.
Only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Ring in 2024 with up to 10% off on new Grand Cherokees and Wranglers. Save up to 15% on new Gladiators, Compasses, Renegades, and Ram trucks at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Visit TurnersvilleJeep.com and view over 250 Jeeps and Ram trucks available for immediate delivery. TurnersvilleJeep.com on Route 42 in Turnersville. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Your first successful omelet flip. The creme brulee they're still talking about. Life's most enduring moments deserve to be set in stone. And at Colonial Marble and Granite, a complete kitchen featuring stone counters from the region's most extensive selection can cost just $6,999. That's countertops, sink, and hardware installed, plus cabinetry. Some restrictions apply. See colonialmarble.net for details. Colonial Marble and Granite, the cornerstone of a beautiful home.
Hi, everyone. Stephanie here from Emmons. You know, a great way to spring out of those winter blues is by upgrading the favorite place in your home, your bathroom. Emmons will give you an affordable, modest bathroom refresh with synthetic stone surrounds in as little as 1 day. That's right, 1 day. And Emmons will include interior design consultations at no cost to you. This is an easy way to spruce up your bathroom without having to break the bank. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or check out our website at callemmons.com.
National Appliance Warehouse, where exceptional service meets unbeatable prices. Not all big box stores are created equally. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're a full-service store with a showroom 10 times the size of a chain store. Over 100 brands professionally displayed and always a skilled associate a few steps away. Our team delivers, installs, and offers 0% financing. Our revolutionary Price Assure program monitors chain stores in real time, ensuring our prices are always the lowest. Electronic price tags update instantly if necessary to give you the best value, because we're an easy drive right off 95. Upgrade your home with National Appliance Warehouse, where quality service and unbeatable prices come together for you.
The President's Day mega sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on GE appliances. Earn up to $3,000 rebate with purchase of select customizable cafe appliance suites. Shop an unmatched collection of GE Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom today.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad, just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Resolve all your home's plumbing problems today. Horizon Services pros are ready to solve any plumbing emergencies that you didn't see coming. From burst pipes to water heater disasters, Horizon's licensed experts have you covered with same-day 24/7 solutions. And to help you save on future emergencies, we're offering $50 off any repair. Schedule your visit online today at horizonservices.com/radio.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
.631, welcome back in. Kayal and Company live here on a Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Of course, you can get us on the free Odyssey app and watch us live on YouTube. Cut sheet, 7:45. Disney keyword, 8:30. Tony Bruno live from Las Vegas right after the keyword. We got a lot of stuff to get into, so let's get right down to it. Yesterday, it was interesting. I was watching, my favorite show. I was watching The Five. And then I got done. I was eating dinner, and I must have left the TV on, and I heard Brett Baer say they're going to be voting soon on Alejandro Mayorkas and the impeachment efforts of House Republicans. So I immediately pulled up my TV guide. Like, all right, let me get to C-SPAN in case Fox doesn't carry it live. I put on C-SPAN, and yesterday, we get another slap in the face in the United States of America. And it's our own, and everything basically falls on party lines. But we have 4 House Republicans that decided to vote nay when it comes to the impeachment of Alejandro Mayorkas. Let's take a listen. Here is how the count went last night on C-SPAN from the Speaker of the House, Mr. Mike Johnson.
On this vote, the yeas are 214 and the nays are 216. The resolution is not adopted.
All right, so we have a failure last night. Marjorie Taylor Greene walking out on the steps last night saying this thing is not over yet. They could get back to it again later next week. But you have 4 Republicans to blame. 4 weasels. That is Tom McClintock, Republican from California. I'm done with you. Ken Buck, Republican from Colorado, who seems to vote with Democrats for the most part all of the time. This guy might be the biggest skunk in the bunch. Mike Gallagher, Republican from Wisconsin, and Blake Moore, Republican from Utah. So Democrats remain united, and of course, we have this divide here in the Republican Party. We will get to this latest push from the Matt Gaetzes of the world and the Lauren Boeberts of the world when it comes to Trump. But this was so infuriating, Dawn. I'm not sure if you watched this last night or if you saw these results come down live, but I watched it, and I'm just thinking, how can a Republican look at Alejandro Mayorkas and not describe this as a dereliction of duty? How can anybody sit there and say 300,000 plus people in 1 month alone? We don't have a closed border. We don't have a secure border. We don't have any border at all. In fact, if you want to use the word border, you can just say we have an open border, and you vote against this. And I get it. Mayorkas is a puppet. He's a sacrificial lamb. Even if he is ousted from his position, as long as Joe Biden wants to have the policies or lack thereof at the southern border, this will continue. But how can Republicans get things accomplished and appease their constituents and make progress when you have guys like McClintock, Buck, Gallagher, and Moore that actually vote nay to this? Why would you not want Mayorkas out of the equation? Even if it's just getting your pound of flesh, even if it means nothing will change in these next 9 months. This, to me, is exactly why the Republicans are an unmitigated disaster, because we have too many little factions and segmented groups within the party itself.
2 things I would say. Number one, we have to, Representative Blake Moore, he was the one who he did vote no, but that was a procedural thing so that they can
bring the resolution back.
Yeah, so that one wasn't. But to your point, Nick, I mean, I simply think there's that old saying, in a relationship, whether it's a personal relationship, a business relationship, or in particular, if you're the new House Speaker, you never want to be surprised. You never want to appear to be that person just slapped in the face in public.
Mm-hmm.
And so it just seemed like Nancy Pelosi, I hate to say her name, but I have to bring her up.
Yep.
She was very good at knowing if and when she had the votes. And if they did not have those votes, then she knew it, and they did not go to the floor so that she avoided moments like this.
Mm-hmm.
So she always had the appearance of looking like she was in total control.
Mm-hmm.
And so in this case, the headline is, smack day, and Mike Johnson, no control. Look at those wild and crazy far-right Republicans who are still, wagging the dog or what have you. And so that's what Pelosi was good at, we now realize, for decades. And this is what the newbies have to learn.
Yep.
Don't go to the floor with this thing.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't know
that you have
100% that you've got it,
Yep.
right?
You're totally right. And now this is 2 straight days. So Mayorkas not impeached, and then we get a ridiculous bill that we discussed yesterday in the beginning of the show where, we'll get $20 billion. And by the way, the $20 billion for the United States is for immigration, not specifically border security. And by the way, on top of it, as we discussed yesterday, for our $20 billion, Ukraine's border is worth triple that at $60 billion. So I at least some credit for them yesterday, as I said, shooting it down as a terrible deal. Trump's right. No deal's better than a bad deal. But this is 2 straight days where Republicans have not gotten the job done, and we'll see how it plays out. And when you don't get things done and you don't get things accomplished, you get the continuation of what we are seeing at the border and in the sanctuary cities. And I want to go to New York City, and I want to play you this video. This is what these Republicans that voted nay to, they now continue to allow these types of things to happen. And there's no end in sight. for the next 9, 10, 11, 12 months. These types of incidents, and honestly, these sad assaults will continue to happen. Let's play this video. If you are watching on YouTube, go to youtube.com/@1210WPHT, as a horrific video shows a woman that was dragged along a New York City street by a migrant. We have a moped-riding migrant mob crew. Try saying that 10 times fast. As 2 suspects have since been arrested. Kleiber Andrade, 19, and Juan Uzcadagui, 23.
Wow.
If you're watching this video, this moped comes around the corner.
Yep.
62-year-old lady clinging to the migrant or the bike, and she just gets whipped off of it into what looks like a sawed-off telephone pole or maybe like an old parking meter stick.
Yeah, parking meter, that's what it is.
And you watch the surveillance here, and there's another lady with a stroller who's walking up alongside one of the cars, or no, that's actually a motor or a moped or a scooter as well. That lady at 62-year-old probably has a broken leg, a fractured hip, a dislocated pelvis.
It's unbelievable.
And we're just discarding, darn near senior citizens off of mopeds like they're, like you're flicking a booger. Like, what are we doing here?
Maybe like you flick a booger.
Oh,
wow.
Back in my day when I was a kid and I did that kind of stuff and I didn't care. Yes, but I mean, that is the level of disregard for humanity that we are seeing right now. And didn't I say this when we saw the assault for the cop in New York in Times Square, that I'd be willing to take it to the bank that a lot of these migrants have a track record and a history and a rap sheet.
Yep.
And you just don't come here like as a good citizen for the better life of America. And then the moment you get to what you deem to be the promised land, all of a sudden it's chaos and carnage. Mm-hmm. No, these are probably career criminals.
I'm going to make a confession. Oh. My sons and I, one of our guilty pleasures is when Larry goes to bed early, we watch Narcos.
Okay.
We love it. But it is so violent. There's some cultures, in the world that are just the whole drug culture. I mean, and they're horrible countries.
It's a very violent region of the world.
So violent.
Yes.
And so when I see this happening, I immediately think to myself, okay, there are a lot of people in the world who are escaping those horrible regimes and the violence, and they're good family people that are trying to escape and legally try for asylum. However, it would appear that since we opened our border, a lot of those very violent people might be here.
Yes.
And now they're gonna supersize the gangs and the violence and the stuff that we already have.
Right. You're right. It's double barrel action now. So we don't prosecute the American citizen criminals. We let them back out on the street. And we have an open southern border that allows violent cartel drug gang members into our country. And it's just going to create chaos and drama on steroids in our big cities because they know we'll arrest you, but you're back out on the street in 3 hours.
Phil, can you put up that video again? I just want to see.
Yeah.
I just want to see. So so she was on the moped, or were they trying to?
There's a ring going on of people that are stealing cell phones.
Oh, they were trying to steal her bag.
Probably a theft.
And she held on to it, and that's why they were dragging her.
She put up the fight. Yeah, because you see the blue bag in her hand there.
Yeah.
I mean, she's just laying there like, completely motionless now.
What do you do, Dawn, if that's you? Do you let go of the bag, or do you try and get it back as like a statement?
Dawn would mace him.
Here's the thing. I know that the answer that I should give is, of course, you let it go.
Yeah.
The problem is nobody expects that to happen, and it's your human instinct.
Yep.
And that's what's happening. I mean, you're riding along. You're in shock, and you just do something that's a primitive instinct to hold on to what's yours, and that's what people do. We all say, "Oh, I know it's not worth your life. Give them your car. Give them your bag."
Right.
But I fear that
gift can be replaced. You can't be. Yep.
My fear would be that my instinct would be something else. And what we're going to see,
I agree.
I guarantee you, people like this, more and more people are going to carry mace, guns, whatever.
Well, that's the thing. You just throw up your hands and give up to lawlessness and say, well, people are going to steal it anyway, so I guess, you know what I mean? You're right. Your instinct is to want to fight back and shoot them.
Yeah, it really is. We need a dark night right now.
It's
no
just
doubt.
it's unbelievable to me that and this happened in New York. I'm assuming.
Yep, right in New York City.
It's just the spotlight right now on that city as far as these sort of crimes is just horrendous.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yep.
But to your point, you just said Dark Knight, Nick.
Mm-hmm.
That's not so far off. I think we will see a rise in this vigilante
Justice, right? You're going to have to.
You have the frustration, the level of frustration.
Although the moment you do, then you get Daniel Pennied.
Well, but he wasn't wearing a mask. That's why I think really we're going to have people who go all out and are just maybe looking for this in a real vigilante way, not just the Daniel Penny type that's there do a good Samaritan.
Well, that's the other piece of this is that do you get involved in this knowing that you might get prosecuted?
Well, you're definitely going to get prosecuted. What's the old adage of, they never catch the first guy, they always catch the person that retaliates when you were picked on at school and stuff like that. So they won't arrest the criminal, but they'll arrest you for defending yourself or, trying to do the right thing as a good Samaritan.
But Dawn's correct making the comparison to Narcos because you see in these South American places all the time these drug dealers and gangs and everybody riding around on these mopeds and everything like that, and they're bringing it here.
Yep,
they're absolutely bringing it here.
Yep,
and it's a violent culture, and they just see nothing wrong with driving up to women and taking their purses because they know nothing's going to happen to them.
That's right.
And they come here to New York, and guess what? Nothing happens to them.
Correct. Progressive police policies. There you go. 855-839-1210, the phone number. As we continue on the other side, Donald Trump loses his absolute immunity appeal in his 2020 election case. What's the calendar going to look like and the timeline, and how will this interfere with his election campaign? We'll get into that when we come back. But first, I have to tell you about my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. And, one of the things that I love about working with our friends from the Piazza Auto Group is always being invited to test drive so many new amazing vehicles. And I had the opportunity just about 3 weeks ago to check out the 2024 Honda Pilot Trail Sport. That is their premium big sport utility vehicle. And it features a 7-mode driving system, Trail Watch multi-camera view, gorgeous 18-inch alloy wheels, and all the technology you can imagine, including wireless Apple CarPlay. And this vehicle is big, it's powerful, it's fully loaded. You can take it off-roading. Also, if you have a wife with kids, sports, extracurriculars, friends, sleepovers, you're going to love that third row seating. And you can check it out right now at one of their 5 Honda locations in Philadelphia, Pottstown, Reading, Springfield, and Langhorne. Check them out online right now, piazzaautogroup.com.
My kitchen is the heart of my home. Dawn Stensland here. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. They're local, family-owned and operated since 1979. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today. Kitchen Magic is the full-service remodeler I trust to quickly, beautifully, and affordably transform your kitchen or bath. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. Just visit kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Win a luxury 2024 Lexus SUV during the $1.2 million Polar Payout at Borgata. Now through February 24th, earn entries on slots and table games for your chance to win. 2 lucky players will take home a 2024 Lexus SUV. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings on January 27th and February 24th. $1.2 million Polar Payout. Only at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Celebrate American Heart Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. For over 38 years, Rescue brand omega-3s have been providing people with the essentials to fortify heart health, reduce inflammation, and support healthy cholesterol levels. That's why it's the best time to dive into Rescue's February special. Right now, Rescue's most popular products, their premium omega-3 fish oil supplements, are buy one, get one free exclusively for American Heart Month. Just use the listener enter code OMEGA50 when placing your order. Call today at 800-26-LIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use the code OMEGA50 online when you visit res-q.com. Don't forget the code OMEGA50 when you buy one bottle of a Rescue Omega-3 to receive a second bottle free. Again, use the code OMEGA50. Fortify your heart with the Rescue Omega-3.
Homeowners, improve your family's comfort with a Bradford White water heater and enjoy all the hot water your household needs all day, every day. With Bradford White, you get more than just a water heater. You get our commitment to quality and reliability that you can trust. How you heat your water matters, so don't compromise when it comes to your home or your hot water. Bradford White water heaters are built to be the best because your home deserves it. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more and find an installation pro near you.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-403-5569 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-403-5569. That's 800-403-5569. What do you have to lose? Call 800-403-5569. Again, 800-403-5569.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, a live call-in show airing every Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on WPHT. What would you do to protect yourself this cold and flu season? Well, medical hydration therapy at Innovative Medical Associates could help to boost your immune system. That's because vitamin C and other key nutrients are delivered intravenously right to your cells. Medical hydration therapy may even lessen symptoms should you become ill with a virus or suffer with long COVID or post-COVID conditions. Dr. Molly Fantasia at Innovative Medical Associates prescribes a personalized treatment plan for every patient.
We are a medical facility. We treat our IV protocols or our hydration protocols as a medical modality.
Learn more about the benefits of medical hydration therapy at innovativemedicalassociates.com. And be sure to join Dr. Molly and me on Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 for Health Watch on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Paoli, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
She calls me home and says, baby, it's a lonely old night.
Kayal Company, 650 Wednesday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. So the news coming down yesterday that Donald Trump has lost his immunity appeal in his 2020 election case. A federal appeals court in Washington, D.C. ruling that Trump does not have immunity from prosecution in his election case as a result of having been president at the time of the alleged crimes. Trump now expected to ask the Supreme Court to overturn the appeals court ruling. They go on to say, quote, "We cannot accept that the office of the presidency places its former occupants above the law for all time thereafter." That was one of the panelists in the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit. Quote, "For the purpose of this criminal case, former President Trump has become Citizen Trump, with all of the defenses of any other criminal defendant." As I said, he is expected to quickly ask the Supreme Court to overturn the decision, or he can ask the appeals court and their entire judicial lineup to rehear the case. Legally, they would call that term en banc, which is French for on the bench. And basically what they would do is they would go from just these three justices to all of the judges of the appeals circuit court. And it would be like a collective hearing where they all sit and hear the case. Dawn, I'm not sure if this came down during your show or after, But your thoughts on this from a timeline standpoint, I'm curious because, I mean, I think you're going to, if you want to drag this out as long as possible, if you're Trump, you go with the en banc approach first, then you appeal it to SCOTUS. And I would think that this takes a significant amount of time. I mean, March 4th, we know that trial date has been thrown out. But now you're probably talking well into the summer, late June, early July, until a lot of these things get rolling. And maybe not even a ruling until the end of July or early August. And I think that the sad thing about all of this here is we are allowing, in a nation of 340 million plus people, possibly 12 jurors to determine an election, as opposed to 140, 150, 160 million Americans. That's the saddest takeaway of all, is that if you truly value democracy, right, do we really want 12 people to determine whether or not Trump can beat Joe Biden? Or should we let the people and 80 million or 74 million or 70 million people decide this by voting one way or the other? That to me is the biggest shame of all of this. And look, think about this. From an image standpoint, and I know we're up against it, so we'll continue on the other side, but think about this. Even if they don't get the guilty verdicts that DOJ wants, or anybody, any prosecutor in any one of these 4 indictments, 91 criminal charges, think about the imagery in August of 2024 in the middle of an election and seeing Donald Trump in that picture in a court. For those that are still persuadable out there, that image, that's a bare minimum for the Democrats right now. Because for those that are still on the fence, they see that picture. That could be the reason why they don't vote for him, as some of the polling has indicated. I want to get your thoughts on this on the other side. I know we're up against it, so we'll come back, we'll get Dawn's news, and then we'll get Dawn's thoughts on what happened yesterday with Trump's appeal that did not go in his favor. 855-839-1210. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Hour 2 of Kayal and Company is coming up next. Stay right there.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you had a service technician out recently from one of the large private equity-owned HVAC companies? Did they tell you to replace equipment you thought was working fine? Did you know that their service technicians have quotas that they either meet or get fired? Whoops, that was a secret. Here's another secret. My 70-year-old family-owned company does not have quotas. My guys are there to fix, not sell, and that's why you can trust us. Contact us now at marvinycans.com.
PNC Bank is committed to making a difference in the lives of customers and communities they serve by helping them move forward financially. As a Main Street bank, PNC is always working to make it easier for people to achieve their goals and plan for the future, whether that's through innovative digital solutions or in person. PNC is proud to be a part of the Delaware Valley community. PNC Bank. See how PNC can make a difference for you at pnc.com/tech.
PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
When you're still looking for love, Valentine's Day sucks. Every restaurant is fully booked. Suddenly all chocolates are heart-shaped and all the PDA. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Major phone carriers make you sign contracts with rigid data plans to trap you into a kind of forced phonogamy. Sounds pretty insecure if you ask me. At Consumer Cellular, we believe in a more consensual and healthy form of phonogamy, free of contracts and more flexible to your data needs. This way, you stick around not because we force you to with contracts and fees, but because you love our phone plans. Like ardently love our phone plans. Phonogamously. Consumer Cellular. When Freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Hello, CNC Heating and Air Conditioning.
Yes, our HVAC system is not heating our home, and our energy bills are sky high. It's time to replace it.
Okay, the good news is CNC is your local Lennox dealer, and our trained technicians will get you running again.
Tell me, is CNC currently running any specials?
Yes, as a thank you, CNC is offering our biggest savings in value this winter. And for a limited time, you can earn up to $2,200 in rebates on a brand new Lennox system.
To take advantage of these savings, go to cc-hvac.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louis found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louis has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louis.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
We have time for one more cliche from Jalen Hurts.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Well, he's got a lot more than one.
You can't judge a book by its cover. Don't cry over spilled milk. Cat got your tongue. A picture is worth 1,000 words.
I'm wrong. It's more like 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Anastasia on Westchester Pike and Newtown Square, and at St. Mary of the Lake School on Route 70 in Medford. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
joeconklin.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Learn about investing, tax strategies, and more. Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9. Lose weight and feel great with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into the radio show Sunday at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, those chocolate-coated cakes with the creamy layer of peanut butter inside. There's crimpets, the light sponge cakes topped with rich icing for people who like the classics. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and you can't forget about the delicious new Dip and Sticks flavors. There's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but there's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Welcome back in, straight up 7 o'clock as we get hour 2 underway. It's a Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. What's on the cut sheet at 7:45. Disney keyword day number 5 at 8:30. Tony Bruno shortly thereafter, live from Las Vegas. That will be Tony Bruno at 5:35 Pacific local time.
Uh-oh.
Oh, man.
Oh, boy.
This could be glorious. He could be on one, or he could be off.
I saw the pictures that he was posting on, it's what, at Tony Bruno Nation on his Twitter page, and it looks like he's getting a lot of some good guests out there.
It's just a revolving door of interviews is what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember there was a time when I was doing sports, I'm like, man, I would love to do Radio Row once, and then I was told what it's about. It's just about pimping products and interview after interview after interview. By the way, and it doesn't like the hosts love it because they get to go out there on a vacation, but like the audience for the most part, they hate it.
Exactly. Yeah, it's just a bunch of a lot of guests, and unless the guest is super super interesting, what's the point?
Right.
And like you said, they're just there to pimp products.
Yeah. Well, it's good for two mindsets.
I'm a capitalist and a corporate whore.
That's pretty much what it is. 855-839-1210. So I do want to continue this Trump appeal loss conversation because I know this broke on Dawn's show. So we'll have some conversation about that on the other side of the news. But let's get to that right now. Round number 2 at 7:02. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. Thank you, Nick. We are sponsored this Wednesday morning, sponsored by Turn 7. So we know that Philadelphia police are investigating, among other things, that shooting involving a 12-year-old boy, 43-year-old man. The 12-year-old boy yesterday, we don't have the details, the motive yet here, but he's recovering in the hospital. Stable condition, 43-year-old man, Philadelphia man in the hospital in critical condition. I'll take you to another family, and if you're wondering about all the blue lights across the suburbs, and this is something that has spread. It stems from a family from Broomall, Pennsylvania, grieving just a heart-wrenching loss after their 2-year-old little boy suddenly died. So they have said that there are just no words. His name was Benny Petransky. His family has started up this campaign, and they're raising money and raising awareness and that sort of thing. Ultimately, how did this little boy die? Apparently, he died in his sleep. He had some kind of a stomach infection. They say a mild infection. They're still investigating this. But ultimately, the blue lights were a way to help the family and the community cope and support Benny's parents, Eric and Natalie. So the family came up with a hashtag Benny's Blue Lights, because he's a blue-eyed little boy.
Oh.
I know. It's just, this story is resonating with people, and they're holding fundraisers, not for the family necessarily, but a meal train to provide food for the needy, that sort of thing.
Right.
But ultimately, it's a grieving process that has spread across Delaware County. The little boy, Benny, his funeral is today. And also, they just found out that this Friday, Lincoln Financial Field in Philadelphia will also light up blue for Benny.
Oh, that's a nice gesture.
So
Yeah.
just something that puts life in perspective to say, how could your 2-year-old just die in his sleep like
Right.
that? And he seem perfectly fine, perfectly healthy. Just a real tragedy that they're trying to, yes, help the family cope, but kind of put life in perspective and help raise money for others and do good in the community.
Yeah, life is fragile. There's no question.
Amen to that. There are so many other headlines that we've been talking about nationally, locally as well, but I just wanted to bring you that one. Also, I'll point your attention to the cover of the Philadelphia Inquirer, the hardest hit, talking about a colleague of ours, and this is Hugh Douglas, lost his son in that horrible car accident 5 months ago, and just that the pain never goes away.
Right.
And those two stories to me, which are so real, put everything in perspective that we talk about.
There's no question.
There's nothing more precious than the health of your kids, yourself, your family.
And you said the Inquirer did a piece on Hugh today.
Beautiful piece.
Today?
Right on the cover,
I'll
on
have
the
to read
digital.
it.
Yeah.
I worked with Hugh in Atlanta.
Yeah, and we see it, obviously we see him at the coffee machine, but that's just it. There are people every day in our lives, day in and day out, going through these things.
Every time I see him, I go by him. I'm like, "You're voting Trump this year, right?"
Stop.
And he just looks at me.
See, and Nick just try. See, that's why you'd rather talk about politics. You know what I mean?
You can't find common ground with a gentleman. You have to insert politics. You're the guy that everybody avoids at the coffee.
I used to needle him all the time down at Odyssey, Atlanta.
Oh
boy. We have Taylor Swift filing a lawsuit and Britney Spears speaking out and taking on Justin Timberlake.
Oh no!
He appeared to kind of give her a little shade, like saying in his latest video and concert that he doesn't owe anybody an apology.
Oh, are we still doing this like it's 2001?
That's right.
Oh my Lord!
He's got a new single out, by the way.
Oh, for God's sake!
So now she's kind of taking him on.
Yeah.
And remember when Elon Musk was taking to task somebody tracking his jet? Now apparently Taylor Swift, her attorneys are doing the same type of thing.
Yeah.
Like creepy stalker type thing.
Yeah, this guy's been tracking her private jet everywhere. I didn't even know you could track a private jet. I know you can track public flights, like, my wife will track my Allegiant flight from Nashville to
Every flight is tracked. You could go on the internet and see what time so and so private jet landed at Teterboro Airport in 1997.
How does this creepy guy find Taylor Swift's jet? Does he have to know like the number of the plane, the model, or is he? You just don't type in where's Taylor Swift flying to right now, right?
Yeah, well, because I guess it's public record, I would simply. Here's the thing: I would just say because of terrorism in the world, and we're just we've heard the warnings from this administration. I would just say probably not a great idea to track it in real time.
Yeah.
So to Greg's point, okay, to look at it after the fact, all right. But in real time, that's not great.
I've never understood these flight tracking nuts. They do that in sports, too. Like when the Eagles are supposed to be interviewing a free agent or a coach. Oh, man, Belichick's flight just took off. The Eagles are going to interview him in 3 hours. Like, dude, get a life.
Yeah, I don't know. To me, I think it's a bad idea. Do it. Maybe do it 12 hours later.
Yeah.
Do a delay.
Leave Taylor alone.
Leave her alone, would you?
She's heard enough of my wrath. I got to defend her a little bit.
Good. We'll get to the forecast in just a moment, but our sponsor, thank you, Turn 7 Liquidations, Overstock, Emergency, Turn 7 must liquidate to the bare walls immediately. No games, all name brand merch from the biggest online retailers, sacrificed up to 90% off. Turn 7, Philadelphia Mills, Morristown Mall, hurry, Turn 7 Liquidations. The forecast, one you're going to love. So the sunshine continues through the rest of the week. We have 48 degrees today, and in some areas in our region, especially like South Jersey, 65 degrees for your Saturday as we look ahead. Very unusually mild weather, 32 degrees as you're stepping out the door right now. But, man, the sunshine is going to warm things up. 48 degrees today, and then tomorrow we start this major warming trend. 52 tomorrow for your Thursday. Friday, rounding out the work week, 55 degrees, bright sunny skies. Saturday, yes, clouds move in, so partly cloudy, but the minimum 58 degrees, looking like 59 plus for the Philadelphia region. And like I say, some areas such as South Jersey shores look like you could see 64-ish. And then Sunday, still mid-50s as the sunny stretch continues. I don't see, let's see, next Monday, still nearly 50 degrees and maybe some rain early next week, but looks like a nice, sunny, dry week, a great week for Greg Stocker to get his sunshine and vitamin D. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 7:09 as we continue on this Wednesday morning. So, yes, this Trump news yesterday as he loses his immunity appeal in the 2020 election case. The news came down during your show. I wanted to get your thoughts on this because the last thing I would say on this, and this is, I think, really one of my bigger takeaways, is I don't, and yes, there's conservative justices that are Trump appointed on SCOTUS. So I don't think that people, when you get to the Supreme Court of the United States, yes, you have your political leans, conservative or liberal. But I would like to think at the end of the day, the only thing that truly matters is the facts that are presented before the highest court in all of the land. So if you forget partisan alliances for a moment, I want you to think about the other word, precedent. And I just don't know if, it's not a matter of if, but when Trump appeals to the Supreme Court of the United States, do these justices want to establish the precedent of jailing a former president who is running for president, who could very well win re-election? And do we want our justice system involved in directly our election and political processes in this country? What was your thoughts when this came down yesterday on your show, Dawn?
You know what? I know that, and at the time it was in the 10 a.m. hour that it came down, and I actually had an attorney on. It was Christine Flowers who commented. She was, in many ways, she was surprised that it was a unanimous vote. However, when they were making the announcement, and I had listened to, I should say, the judge's arguments and his lawyers, and at the time I had a bad feeling just based on the questions the justices were asking, because ultimately they were saying that, you have absolute immunity as a president. I actually wondered if a different attorney would have made better. I would have loved to have heard the Dersh kind of critique their arguments, because I think maybe this gives them a trial run, if you will, to get a different legal team to take this to SCOTUS. I think the win here, on one side there's a win, and the win is this advances the delays.
Yep.
So as soon as they already have said we're going to appeal. Will they do to what you said, the en banc, or will they go right up to SCOTUS and just bypass that situation and just go for the big one? So ultimately, I think they need a new legal team and refine their strategy, because I think they do have a winning strategy here. In the long run, however, I fear all of the headlines because the strategy is to keep all of these headlines swirling so that, unlike us, we live and breathe this. You're watching you just said you're watching C-SPAN, looking at the House vote on Mayorkas.
Ready to blow my head off, by the way.
But most Americans are not doing that.
Right.
You're living your best life, right? You're busy, you're hectic, right?
Yep.
So at the end of the day, next summer, the media just clobbers it every day. Just picture like a boxer, just boom.
The machine
boom,
is going to be humming.
Yes. And so it's just clobbering with, look at this guy. And they constantly say it in the media, look at a jury found him guilty of sexual assault. That was that civil case, E. Jean Carroll. That's why they needed that case, which had zero evidence.
Mm-hmm.
That alleged victim didn't even, it was 20 years later, doesn't remember the year, the day, the month. Come on.
Yeah.
But it's a civil case, but they get to say it.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the goal.
Yep.
So all of the swirl of all of these cases, in my humble opinion, just means they get to keep this in the headlines. The win is for the Trump team to delay this because they do not want any trial prior to next November.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that they'll get that ultimately. But in the headlines and the media and a distracted public and a divided public, this could be, and with what Greg said earlier this morning about the fact that they're going to put everything on the ballot.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to try to put abortion on the ballot in key states like this.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to try to put everything they can.
Yep.
And so I think it will be tough I genuinely feel it's wrong. It's a sin, but I feel that Republicans next November, this is a tough win and it should be an easy one. I know you're going to play it later, but look at Biden when he took a question or two yesterday after his live speech.
He's out of it again.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
This should be a slam dunk.
It's elder abuse at this point, if you think about it. This is no different than Dianne Feinstein when they were wheeling her in and out of, different, official proceedings. Joe's up there and it's just, you're talking about a guy who's completely out on his feet.
It's painful.
It really is. 855-839-1210. If you want to climb in, we're about 30 minutes out from the cut sheet. But we will get into a very interesting story on the other side that Stalker found this morning. If you are a consumer of anything of Fox Corporation, Warner Brothers, or Disney, you might want to stay tuned. A monumental collaboration on the way. And we'll tell you about that coming up next here on Kayal and Company. But all right, boys, men, guys, I get it. We're all getting older. I'm 40 now. But do you need that extra boost of confidence? Do you need that extra jump to your performance this year? Perhaps the big take in the bedroom has slipped over the years. As Father Time catches up with you, it catches up to everybody. Caught up to Tom Brady, for God's sakes. Well, I've got the solution for you, and it's Blue Chew. Romance with your partner, it should be the best part of your day, right? And you need to be ready when that goes down, and that's why I'm suggesting BlueChew.com. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients for men as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable form at a fraction of the cost. And Blue Chew is an online prescription service, so you're not going to do the awkward doctor's office visit, the bizarre conversations, the embarrassment, no waiting in line at the pharmacy. It's going to come right to your door in a discreet package. And a special offer for Kayal and Company listeners right now, you can try Blue Chew for free. That's right, free when you use the promo code 1210 at checkout. Just pay the $5 for shipping. BlueChew.com, promo code 1210 to receive your first month absolutely free.
Do you want to taste what America has to offer without leaving your own backyard? Then come to Liberty Union Bar and Grill in Chester Springs and Kimberton, where they feature Americana comfort food served in a warm and inviting bar and dining room. What are you doing for the big game on Sunday? Check out Liberty Union with a free halftime wing and pasta buffet, or come for Valentine's Day with a 3-course meal for $99 a couple. Liberty Union Bar and Grill in Chester Springs and Kimberton, home of the free tater tots. Visit LibertyUnionBar.com.
Gerhard's Appliances is Philly's place to get appliances you need for prices you'll love. Stop in now during the President's Day sales event to get patriotically priced kitchen packages, like this LG 4-piece stainless steel package for only $1,999. Prices like that put the suite in Kitchen Suite and are only available during Gerhard's Appliances President's Day sales event. Shop local and save big at Gerhard's, where 75 years of small business is kind of a big deal. Visit GerhardsAppliance.com.
Runner's knee, golfer's back, hiker's hip.
Any of these feel familiar? At Virtua Orthopedics and Spine, we've got a doc for that.
Baker's wrist, laptop neck, shopper's shoulder.
Yep, we've got a doc for those too. Virtua Orthopedics and Spine has over 60 specialists, 20 PT rehab facilities, and 26 surgical sites all across South Jersey. Find the right specialist for you at virtua.org/ortho.
Hi, it's Ian Bush. If you're looking for that perfect piece of furniture, you have to check out Bucks County Estate Traders. They have the largest in-stock inventory in the region, and I mean largest, enough to fill a 58,000 square foot showroom. Quality, high-end furniture and accessories, modern, traditional, mid-century, all types of European styles, current pieces as well as antiques. They'll arrange to ship anywhere, or you can pick up in-store. So visit them on Bethlehem Pike in Hatfield or at buckscountyestatetraders.com.
Rhea here to tell you about the exciting things going on at Lexus of Cherry Hill. The L Certified Winter Collection sales event is going on now. Receive special finance rates on L Certified Lexus models now through February 29th. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Lexus of Cherry Hill is family and veteran owned and operated, and a 6-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence recipient for the customer sales experience. Visit lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Hey, this is John Ritchie. If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business and you're not using a PDQ POS system, it's time to make the switch. PDQ POS will not only save you time, effort, and money, but it's the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available. That's why PDQ POS has been the top-rated restaurant management system for over 35 years. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, PDQ can help your business succeed. Visit PDQPOS.com.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
You've heard it said, he's a diamond in the rough. Or maybe, diamonds are forever. Here's something else I've learned about diamonds. They're just pieces of coal put under pressure for a long, long, long time. So when I start feeling like I want to give up, I think about that little piece of coal. And if that piece of coal can make something of itself by not giving up, so can I. Persistence is in you. From PassItOn.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Start at PI Dental Center. With the latest in digital technology to state-of-the-art treatment, PI Dental Center is a full-service practice. 2 board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, are originators of the Teeth in a Day protocol, a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth on the same day as the implants are placed. Hey, I've been a patient of PI Dental for over 20 years, and now is the time for you to invest in yourself. Visit PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Don't let woke win. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
I am woke, and I love it.
Kayal and Company rolling on 7:21. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Hopefully all of you having a nice start to your Wednesday, middle of the week. Go ahead, Stalker. Keep going.
Love this song.
Nice work. Cut sheet in 25 minutes. Very interesting story. Greg found this morning. And I think it's very important to have this conversation because whether I like it, whether you like it, whether we like it, this is where our media, entertainment, television world is headed, and it's happening. It's really happening in warp speed if you think about it. I think we are looking at kind of the end of the days when it comes to, your local cable provider. Whether that's a Comcast Xfinity, or if you're a satellite person with Dish or Direct, or you do the streaming stuff. This coming down from CNN.com. 3 of the biggest broadcasters are uniting to create a super platform that will house all of their sports assets under a single streaming roof. So you have Disney/ESPN, you have Fox Corporation, which obviously owns Fox News, Fox Sports, on down the list, and Warner Brothers Discovery, which is the parent company for CNN. From a sports telecast standpoint, that would be like Turner Sports, TNT, and TBS. But I think it goes beyond sports. They talk about how they are going to have the NFL, NBA, Major League Baseball, NHL, FIFA World Cup soccer, NASCAR races, UFC fights, and the PGA Tour golf tournaments all under one umbrella. But I think it's going to go beyond sports. I think we're going to see this with movies, with series, with television shows that you like, whether it's news and politics or anything like that. But let me just say this. If I could be the president of television in the United States for a day, if TV and just our video viewing, visual consumption and enjoyment was left in the hands of me and I had full power, here's what I want. And I think a lot of people will actually agree with this. I just want you to make my life easier.
Which this doesn't.
No. This is a complete pain in the butt. And I'm not talking about money. Here's what I want. I want one platform. I want one remote control. I want one fee. And I want to be able to pick and choose a la carte. So because we're living in this fantasy world now. Have you seen the video of people driving around in these cars where they have like 3D goggles on and they're like not even really holding the wheel?
Yep.
Like we're living in this virtual, we're living in like Elon Musk's future America, and it's coming really quickly. So what I would like to do in a fantasy world is have one remote control, turn my TV on, and then be able to scroll through and pick and choose what streaming services and what channels I want. And I would say this right now. I just did this during the break. So I think any other human being that has 30 minutes of time could figure out what they really want. Give me Fox News. Give me the Golf Channel. Give me TBS, TNT, AMC, Vice, and ESPN. Give me those 7 plus 3, 6, 10, and 29, my 4 local channels here in Philadelphia. Give me those 11 channels on one device with one remote for one price, and then leave me alone for the rest of my life. Is that a fair solution?
You're an old man.
Am I the only one that thinks this way?
No, I want everything, but the problem with this merger, if it's going to happen, is it's just going to make it harder so if I want this streaming device, I have to go here. If I want this show, I have to go here. It's not going to be all in one anymore. You know what I mean? And it's going to make it more expensive because whatever this platform is going to be, it's going to cost a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're like, well, do I need this then? If this is a repeat channel on this. You get a lot of repeat channels. You're paying for one channel, and you get this big bundle.
Yeah.
So, I don't think it's good for the consumers at all.
But I think you're looking at it from okay, how are they looking at it? So they're looking at this they're creating a whole new streaming app. It's a linear, right? This is linear. So ultimately, they're thinking, and it's a whole new company under a different name, under a different stock price, presumably.
Yep.
So also, my question from just a business standpoint and like a stockholder in media, because I've worked in media, I've worked for some of these companies, so I have some 401ks tied up in that money. This is probably your stock's going to go up.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is a smart business move on their part because it gives them power to negotiate.
Mm-hmm.
And so because everybody's going to want this app, and then those individuals, they'll bundle. So so this is bad for Comcast.
Feels like a monopoly, doesn't it?
Yes, because what they're realizing is nobody's doing a Comcast bundle anymore.
Mm-hmm.
They're doing the streaming bundles.
Right.
And so what they're trying to say is we're going to create an app. We're all going to do a combo deal.
Mm-hmm.
And then on top of it, hey, we'll give you Disney Plus or Hulu or Max.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so now they're trying to get the power. It's a shift away
Mm-hmm.
from the old school cable companies.
Right. And then you factor in the individual streaming outlets already, like Paramount is CBS, Peacock is NBC, Hulu is Disney/ABC/ESPN, and you have some of those, telecasts and broadcasts that air exclusively on that channel and or their streaming service that they advertise for. But I'm just looking at it from the convenience of the consumer standpoint. So let's just say you're in your living room, right? You've got your 55 or 60-inch flat screen. Some of you have a smart TV. And you might have, let's say DirecTV. But then you also have Apple TV. And you also have Amazon Prime. And you have to have a certain remote for this one.
Mm-hmm.
Or if you don't have the smart TV where they're all preloaded apps on it, you have to attach like the HDMI cord for one, pop the other one in. Sometimes if you have a dated TV, you got to hook your laptop up to it with an HDMI cord or a USB plug or whatever. I mean, it makes my head want to explode. And I'm not technologically challenged, but man, when it comes to the convenience of, hey, I want to watch Fox News for 5 minutes, but then I want to flip back to a game. Oh, wait, this game's on Amazon this week. It's just like, it turns into living room aerobics. You start breaking a sweat.
Yeah.
So.
Now, just the local angle, since Comcast is based here, they reportedly, Comcast, NBC Universal, Paramount Global, they reportedly were not approached for this. They're not part of this whole thing.
That's correct. It's just Warner, Fox, and Disney.
So think about that. And the other piece I'm looking at is, are they going to try something with this ultimately with news? So right now, news is expensive. So think of CBS, ABC, NBC, CNN getting the scraps.
Mm-hmm.
And think about all of the money. My God, these people are making, the main anchors are making 10 to 12 million a year.
That day's got to be coming to a close.
Oh, yeah. Like, enjoy that money, my friend Lester Holt, because those days are numbered.
Right.
So what are they going to do? Ultimately, do some of these networks and the corporations now, they ultimately combine, and do they do things like a streaming? This is the beginning of the end for these big contracts with network news, whether it's the morning, whether it's the afternoon.
You're seeing it on Fox already. They're pushing FoxNation.com and that streaming service big time with a lot of original programming too, and not necessarily, hey, stream the 5 on Fox Nation, but like Pete Hegseth does like a thing on fentanyl, or somebody does something on a specific investigative journalism stuff. They're bringing back America's Most Wanted with John Walsh and his kid. That's exclusively on Fox Nation. So you got to pay that extra unless you get one of those, trial, days of 30 days for free or whatever. And then they hope you forget that you signed up for it. And then they bill you $11.99. Boom. All right, 855-839-1210, the number. Coming up next, Donald Trump says Bud Light is not a woke company, but Bud Light's trying to fix their woke image. Will the latest ad pay off? We'll find out when we come back. It's Kayal and Company on a Wednesday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Yeah, if your family's like mine, when the chilly weather comes in, especially the sun sets early, the crock pot comes out. Problem is, I don't always have time to go to the store, spend a ton of money on ingredients, and then come home and prep everything for the next day. This is where whatacrock.com comes in. Whatacrock.com. Yesterday, I'll tell you about it later, but I had this great day, but I didn't even walk in the door last night until after 6:30 p.m. And that's where What a Crock comes in, because they're delicious, ready-made meals. They're a lifesaver, and they make dinner so easy. I put the meal in the slow cooker in the morning, first thing, run around all day. When I come home, dinner is ready and waiting, literally simmering, and it smells so good. Unlike most meal kit companies, and this is a big deal, because there is not any subscription, there is zero prep time of all the ingredients required. It's literally as simple as dropping that meal into your slow cooker and dinner is handled. So whatacrock.com, huge menu. Please check it out. From the classics like the old-fashioned pot roast, chicken Alfredo, to the chicken parm meatballs or the lobster ravioli. So make sure you use promo code WPHT at checkout. You get $10 off. Whatacrock.com, code WPHT, get $10 off. It's delicious. You're going to love it. Whatacrock.com. please make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Oh, how great it would feel to have your 20-year-old knees, shoulders, hips, and back.
You know, you don't think about your pains when you're in your 20s or 30s, but you wish you could get that body back when you're in your 60s. I think QC did that for me.
For Patrick, it started with a simple phone call to QC Kinetics.
One day I was driving and I just heard the radio and I pulled over and took the number and I called them when I got home.
Maybe that's you, and you're listening right now. Why wait? QC Kinetics Regenerative Treatments uses your body's own natural biologics to heal and restore damaged tissue without invasive surgery or harmful drugs. And as for the results,
my knees are as good as they were when I was in my 20s. I'm really happy with what happened.
For Patrick, it's like QC Kinetics turned back the clock. Now it's your turn. Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
For a limited time, when you call Oliver for a new air conditioner, you'll get a gas furnace for free. You heard right. Buy a new high-efficiency air conditioner today, and the gas furnace is free. Plus, 0% financing and monthly payments as low as $99. Call 855-275-6548 or visit OliverHeatCool.com. Oliver Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Reliable, fast service you've come to trust for more than 50 years.
Financing and payments are subject to credit approval. Terms and conditions apply.
NJ Diet's results are nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. No hormones, no prepackaged foods, and no shots. NJDiet.com, NJDiet.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Valentine's Day is almost upon us. And guys, it's crunch time. If you're still dragging your feet, here's my advice. Get to Family and Company Jewelers in Marlton, New Jersey. They've got an amazing selection of gifts at every price point, so you're guaranteed to walk out with something that will make you look like an all-star this year. Visit their showroom on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey, and tell them I sent you. They'll take great care of you. Or you can always shop online at FamilyJewelers.com. Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Dana Carvey and David Spade here.
You might know our podcast Fly on the Wall, featuring guests from across the entertainment industry.
We decided to do a spin-off called Superfly, and it's fun. It's just two of us riffing on current events, pop culture, catching up, impressions.
Joe, Trump's trying to be a dictator. Yeah, just bump on the tater tots. Joe, no.
Listen to and follow Superfly on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
Hey, Audubon. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Kayal Company, 7:36. It is a Wednesday morning. What's on the cut sheet in less than 10 minutes? Our Disney keyword, day number 5, coming up at 8:30. You will take that keyword to 1210WPHT.com and enter it for your chance at the 7-night stay for you and 3 others on a Disney cruise, courtesy of Kayal Company. Also, Tony Bruno live from the Super in Las Vegas coming up at 8:35. Before we get there, though, let's get to the latest with the Super Bowl with Bud Light and their newest ad. I do want to point this out. Trump went to Truth Social yesterday to defend Bud Light, which I thought was an interesting move. Donald Trump posting on Truth the following yesterday. He says, quote, "The Bud Light ad was a mistake of epic proportions, and for that, a very big price was paid. But Anheuser-Busch is not a woke company, but I can give you plenty that are, and I'm building a list and might just release it for the world to see. Why not? The radical left does it viciously to well-run conservative companies and people. Very nasty. But it's the way they play the game. On the other hand, Anheuser-Busch spends $700 million a year with our great farmers, employs 65,000 Americans, of which 1,500 are veterans, and is a founding corporate partner of Folds of Honor, which provides scholarships for families of fallen servicemen and women. They have raised over $30 million and given 44,000 scholarships. Anheuser-Busch is a great American brand that perhaps deserves a second chance. What do you think? Perhaps. Instead, we should be going after those companies looking to destroy America." So Trump gives his Bud Light blessing and endorsement. And I think we're going to be at a point on Sunday where we see all sorts of different ads that come out that catch our attention. I'm sure we'll discuss them a lot on Monday morning's show. But I guess this Bud Light Super Bowl ad has been leaked. Now, I thought these were exclusive reveals on Sunday.
Not anymore. You mentioned a commercial the other day, and somebody on the YouTube chat said that it's been running.
Oh.
So.
Okay. So I guess kind of like a build-up. People probably not even really paying attention to that type of stuff.
It's true.
So they'll see it probably for the first time on Sunday.
Yep.
But we do have the latest Bud Light ad as they try to save its reputation. And now they are going to not only Peyton Manning, which they have done throughout the fall, they have also added singer and rapper Post Malone. And they've also added UFC CEO, a man who truly loves free speech, Dana White. Take a listen and watch this on both audio and on YouTube.
Are you the Bud Light Genie? Yeah. So we get wishes? It's my thing. Gimme.
80s metal hair.
Yes.
Filthy rich.
So filthy. Invisible. Predictable.
Giant bicep. Big one. A sweet ride. What's next?
Bud Lights?
I wish Peyton Manning was my best friend.
How we doing?
Hey.
Oh, Post Malone.
Hey.
I'm a genie.
Gemini.
I'm a genie.
Well, look at you. Nope.
I wish I was at
Oh, it's Buddy Boy.
He's gonna need another bicep. House party.
Definitely.
Let's go!
You wish for a T-Rex.
Guilty.
Let's go to Super Bowl 58. Now we're talking.
All right, so there's the Bud Light ad. Not bad. You get Peyton Manning. You get Post Malone. You get a guy who's a Trump supporter, free speech absolutist in Dana White. You get a little bit of both. I would assume Post Malone probably on the left, Dana White more on the right. Peyton Manning is iconic across the board. He's mainstream. He's from the South, so he checks off a lot of boxes. I think it's very simple. I don't think that commercial's great by any stretch, but it's dudes, it's
good.
garage.
It's good,
it's fast car,
Yep.
It's beer, it's a pool party. See, you don't have to go and try to reinvent the wheel. Now, yes, creativity counts, and ultimately, I think at the end of the day, you want to get people laughing. I think that's the number one thing. If you can get people to talk about it and think about it, that's another thing. But again, you know, in this world of social credit scores and DEI and CSG and CR, every other three-letter an acronym out there, you know, just give us the basics, and that's what Bud Light has done there. I don't know if, you know, I think a lot of people, you know, drew a line in the sand and said they were done with Bud. But you know, I forget who we said a couple of weeks ago said, all right, enough is enough. They've learned their lesson. I don't know if it was Kid Rock or somebody else. Now Trump comes out and says, and kudos to Trump because he actually is pointing out the good things that Anheuser-Busch has done. For many, many years, we all realized that Bud was a very pro-America, patriotic. You know, they love supporting first responders, police, ambulance, fire, military. the Clydesdales. I think one of the stories we discussed yesterday leading up to the cut sheet was how companies this year for Super Bowl ads are going to try to avoid being divisive. And I think that's the key. Just be funny.
Yeah.
Like, honestly.
Amen.
I mean, what's the most boring line of work in the world, probably? I would assume, like, if you told me, Nick, what's the one job that you would go insane doing? It would probably be insurance. I find insurance just to be incredibly dry. But who has the funniest insurance commercials? Or what companies out there? Geico, Progressive, State Farm. Why do they do that? Because insurance makes your eyes glaze over.
It's true.
So they have to do. They can't sit there and tell you about deductibles and stuff. You'll fall asleep in your couch. You'll drive off the Schuylkill if you hear it on the radio. So they have to be entertaining and funny, and they're able to do that with especially the Progressive commercials where you're starting to resemble your parents.
Yeah.
Well, Flo's funny as well. But I love the guy who's always talking about how you're getting older and you're starting to be like your parents, and he's pointing out all the flaws that you shouldn't do. Like, I think those commercials are hysterical. Geico's been funny for years with the gecko and the little British accent. So the whole thing. So, did you like that Bud Light commercial? Does that hit home for you? Is that solid?
Does it make me want to drink Bud Light?
I'm not saying does it make, but
that's the goal of it.
Well,
I mean, right?
Yeah.
So,
doesn't make you want to go buy a case of Bud, Dawn?
Nope.
No, me neither. But the entertainment value, but
it's still a good ad, even though
it's still beer.
Yeah, it doesn't accomplish anything they want it to accomplish.
Right. You're either going to drink Bud Light or you're not, right? It's been around long enough, and you probably had your decision before Dylan Mulvaney, or maybe some people out there have made a decision post Dylan Mulvaney. But I'll tell you what, I might actually purchase a 6-pack of Bud Light just to show let bygones be bygones. Yeah, Trump's making some good points here. Although
wait. Trump told you to buy Bud Light, so therefore you're going to buy Bud Light.
But
he doesn't drink.
As somebody, I know he doesn't, which is really odd, by the way. He likes McDonald's, but he doesn't drink alcohol.
It's actually because of his brother.
Right?
Yeah.
He's going to die from something. We're all going to die from something. He's going to go out with a Happy Meal. I'm going to go out with a bourbon. There you go. All right, 7:45 right on the dot here on a Wednesday morning. Don't forget, Disney Keyword 45 minutes from now.
45 minutes.
Tony Bruno 50 minutes from now.
Wow.
But let's get to a riveting midweek edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Wednesday is sponsored by Cherry Hill Volvo, where right now you can get a sensational 2023 S60 courtesy of Volvo for less than $29,000. These beautiful Volvos have less than 5,000 miles. Hurry to Cherry Hill Volvo today to get yours. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Thank you, Cherry Hill Volvo, for sponsoring the ever-important and, what do I say, always the best version. Well, that's Friday. Wednesday's always a great version, too, of What's on the Cut Sheet. Every day is a good version. Except yesterday when we got into the debate about Rocky movies and Carl Weathers movies.
That was right. You were in your glory for those 7 minutes.
I was. Yesterday on CNN, we talked a lot about this in the 6 o'clock hour. CNN legal analyst Ellie Honing was stunned by the remarkably forceful appeals court decision denying former President Donald Trump's claim of total immunity, noting there wasn't a good word for Trump in it. On Tuesday, the appeals court finally made its ruling, and CNN News Central Honing was astonished by the force of the opinion and the tenor of the ruling. This is how that sounded. This is Cut 14, go.
There are three main arguments that Donald Trump's team has put forward, and they have just been one after the other eviscerated by this court. Can you give us what those arguments are and what the response of this court is?
This is a remarkably forceful ruling. I don't know if there's a good word in here for Donald Trump in 57 pages. So the court takes down Donald Trump's argument in three parts. First of all, they say there is no absolute immunity for the president. It is not and cannot be that a president or former president can never be charged for anything he did from January 20th at noon when he took office to 4 years later when he left office. That would leave us in a state of lawlessness. So they reject absolute immunity. Number two, they reject Donald Trump's argument that, well, even if there's limited immunity, I was within the boundaries. They say, oh, no, you were not. Not only do they say you were outside the boundaries, they say, essentially, they say in this ruling what you did was criminal.
Inside the boundaries of the job of president is what he's
exactly.
arguing.
The boundaries of the job of president. Trump's argument is, well, I was doing things. I was calling other public officials. I was coordinating election oversight. That's part of the president's job. What Jack Smith and this Court of Appeals panel say is, oh, no, what you were doing was well over that line, well out of bounds, and indeed, potentially, arguably, criminal. The third argument that they reject is Donald Trump's sort of, let's say, inventive argument that a former president or president can only be indicted once he's been impeached by the House of Representatives and then convicted by the U.S. Senate. Only then can he be criminally indicted. That was a creative construction that doesn't work for a lot of obvious reasons. I mean, this is why, if you think back to the oral argument, when you had these bizarre scenarios, what if a president ordered the assassination of his rival? Right. And the answer from Trump's team was a very unconvincing, only if he's been impeached first. So this court has rejected that. And I just want to read the sentence that jumps out to me that I think really captures the tenor of this opinion. Here's what the court writes, the Court of Appeals. Quote, at bottom, former President Trump's stance would collapse our system of separated powers by placing the president beyond the reach of all three branches. I mean, collapse our system of separation of powers is very strong language.
That is. Okay, so that's Ellie Honig. He's floored by just the, I guess, the decisiveness of the decision from that appeals court. So the question is, and there's a few questions. Number one, does Trump change legal teams with appeal? That's usually somewhat close to standard operating procedure. And what are his options? Keep in mind, looking at the calendar of the election season, as I mentioned earlier this morning, he can appeal it en banc, which is a French term for collectively with all of these courts of appeal justices, where they would all, and I don't know how many there are, there could be 5, there could be 12 of them, not sure what the number is, and then get an appeal and then try this whole process again with the collective group of justices. And then he could go to SCOTUS and appeal it to the highest court in the land. Or he could just bypass the en banc procedure and just go straight to SCOTUS. But either way, I think it comes down to, does Trump and his team believe that they can eventually win? If so, I would think you go to SCOTUS and get this over with as quickly as possible. If you don't like your odds, then I think you draw it out and you go as far as long as you possibly can into the summer, because I think you want to get this thing as close to the fall and the election as possible. That's my read on the situation.
Yeah, I think this the best thing that could happen for Trump moving forward and their strategy overall, delay. Because it's moot after, if he wins November, if he wins the election in November, it's all moot. Then boom, it all goes away.
Right.
Well,
you can
not
pardon,
really.
pardon yourself.
Pretty much it does.
The Georgia case doesn't go away.
The Georgia case with Fani and her alleged ex-lover or current lover, whatever.
No,
I think Georgia's going to be dismissed.
Yeah, I think all this stuff, I don't know. I personally believe it's so politicized that I think that it's all about the election.
My only question about Georgia, and maybe I should know this answer, but I don't. If Fani Willis is tossed off the case, or if the case is dismissed, and this I would assume would fall under double jeopardy, but I don't know the fine print, so to speak. Would they be able to retry Trump in Georgia without a tainted prosecutor? Would be my question.
Well,
or does that come along the lines of double jeopardy?
But think about it. Somebody'd have to decide to refile that after this hot mess, and he's already the president.
So Trump, in your opinion, Dawn, is going to be hanging his hat on winning in November? Like that's his saving grace, is winning in November?
I'm saying that I think Trump's actual view is that all of this, because they don't have anything else. So I think Trump's team's view is clearly that they have to do all of this and keep things in the headlines to make him look like a felon and a rapist and an evil Hitler, take your pick of what they're trying to paint him as, insurrectionist, so on and so forth, because they want to distract the public from looking at the incompetent doofus who held the news conference yesterday and doesn't know where he is or what the heck he's talking about. Yeah. And we have this, a combo McDonald's Whopper deal or Big Mac, whatever, it's like $18 to $20 right now. I mean, that's the economy. They can say whatever they want about, things are looking up and the Fed is going to do that and yada-da-da-da. Guess what? Most Americans right now cannot afford. I mean, I see people putting stuff away. They get in the grocery line, they start adding it up at the self-checkout. They're putting stuff away. That's what's going on.
It's like the scene in Turner and Hooch with Tom Hanks where he's checking out with all the dog food.
Yeah.
And he's like, whoa, how much is that? Take that back. How do you people sleep at night? By the way, Biden, you mentioned doofus. It looks like yesterday news coming out that he will not be charged criminally in his alleged I'm having a Biden moment now. Classified documents case. Yeah, the Corvette in the garage. So let's
another swing and a miss by the GOP.
That's all they do. They're like a bench hitter for the Phillies. They bat 132. So Alvin Bragg, that case is coming up. It's coming up in a matter of, I think, a couple of weeks. So that's going to be the first one up. $130,000, Stormy Daniels, hush money. Nobody cares about that. The classified document case, I don't think people on either side of the aisle really care about classified documents. If the Fani Willis case gets tossed, then we're just basically...
I think you guys are delusional if you think the Fani Willis case is getting tossed.
I
do. I'm saying it probably should because of the impropriety. I'm not saying I just don't think it's going to. Because I think if
she said she's not stepping down.
If she thought that the case was going to get tossed because of her actions, I think she would have stepped down. That's just my opinion.
Okay.
Yes.
So then
she wants to get Trump very badly.
Oh, of course.
So I think if she had any idea or thought that it was going to get tossed, unless she stepped down, then I think she would have.
All right. So
just this week, there was a fourth co-defendant in that Trump, because remember he has all those co-defendants and all these lawyers. So another one filed that motion to dismiss, saying that she should be disqualified. So no matter what, I think she is going to be disqualified. So if Democrats are united and they really want to go after Trump with this, then they have to get rid of her.
Of course they do.
Right? Then they have to get rid of her quickly. Force her to resign, whatever, and then they have to quickly put somebody else in to proceed then with these charges.
I just look at the totality of all the cases, and I think the only one that people really care about is January 6th. I really do. I don't think people care about Alvin Bragg. I don't think they care about
Alvin Bragg.
They don't care about classified documents. Georgia's got some salaciousness to it because of Fani Willis. E. Jean Carroll thing, we've done that thing. Letitia James, that's civil. Yeah, that's a killer for Trump when you're talking hundreds of millions of dollars, but that's a civil case. The only one I think people care about are the two that we're talking, the one that we're specifically talking about right now, the 2020 election case, and then, of course, January 6th. So
the January 6th one, you're right, is the big case, and they keep we've said it on the show, that March 4th date was never going to happen.
No.
I didn't think it would be punted till the summer. But that's what and it might even go beyond the summer.
But they might even like it being punted to the summer, because if we get towards the end of the summer when people return from being checked out and we are coming in and out of Labor Day in the beginning of September and people start to pay attention with 8-10 weeks to go in the election.
Yeah.
I mean, I mentioned this in the first hour. Those that are still impressionable, those that are still persuadable, that have been tuned out, that tune in, that go to their mainstream media outlets or get their news from Apple or Facebook, and they see the imagery of Trump in court, that could be just enough. So in some regards, because I do think Democrats always have a plan, and they are diabolical, and they are next-level thinkers a lot of the time, not necessarily with policy, but with the way they're calculated with their political rivals. They want people to see this. They want that imagery. They love the mug shot. I mean, it could work against them. But for the simpleton out there that consumes...
He loves the mugshot. What are you talking about? He fundraised off of it.
He loves it. But I think there's a lot of people on the left that are like, see, I'm not voting for a guy that's got a mugshot.
By the way, the Engoron case, the New York... I call it the Engoron. It's because just to try to parse this out.
This is the Letitia James case.
This is Letitia James case in New York, involving whether or not they're going to strip him and the entire Trump family of their business. This is New York Supreme Court Justice Arthur Engoron. He set the deadline Well, it's the second such deadline because remember he told us he would rule by the end of January, but then he set the deadline for today, 5 p.m. for lawyers to respond to accusations that a witness committed perjury.
Yeah.
And so ultimately, they're talking about Alan Weisselberg, who's already been jailed for failing to declare the benefits as Trump's former, biggity big financial chief officer.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess there's word of a plea deal that we found out last Friday afternoon. Okay. So there's a lot swirling with that one. Well, how does that impact everything?
One last note on Trump with all of his impending proceedings. Tomorrow is the day where SCOTUS will hear Colorado and Maine for the ballot case. So that'll be in the news probably tomorrow into Friday.
It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see where that. I mean,
we're going to need a flow chart with all of these cases.
I think the Supreme Court will rule in favor of him being on the ballot. But God, if they don't, that's a huge blow because every other state is going to take. I mean, every other blue state is going to follow that lead.
I got a text from. I'll pull a stalker from a person that shall remain unnamed.
By the way, the person. Let me just say one thing real fast. The person who was texting me yesterday thought that you knew who he was and that you took a shot at him. Did you know who?
I do think I know who it is. But I don't know what was the shot.
You're like nobody cares about the person you're texting with.
Oh, I care about him tremendously. It's one of my favorite people. I don't know what the shot was though. We have to go back. We should have Phil pull the tape. So this text I just got from one of our listeners that you guys know. I'll keep it off the air with who it is though. He says Willis doesn't care if the case is tossed, only that she gets to prosecute it. Do we agree with that?
No.
So you don't think that this is one of those things where you get your 5 minutes of fame, so to speak, and then
she's already gotten that. Yeah, she's already gotten that. I think that she just wants to see Trump go down. That's it. So. Look, the charges on this are I mean, this is the RICO.
Yeah.
These charges are pretty severe. So I think that if she had any hint that the case would get thrown out because of her, that she would step down.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Not because she's a person of what's the word I'm looking for of honor, but but because I think she wants Trump that badly.
Yeah.
On the other side of the aisle, we have Joe Biden talking about Snickers bars.
I saw this.
Literally 2 different clips I have of him talking about the size of Snicker bars. He's talking about the economy and shrinkflation and how it's actually corporations that are charging you more and giving you less, whatever.
It's greedflation.
Greedflation, whatever he says. So he says this first to a room full of people. There were dozens of people in this room for the president. Starting with cut 5 here. Phil, go.
We have the best economy in the world. Inflation is coming down. There's still too expensive, too much expense, and a little bit of corporate greed going on too, nationwide. There's a little article written. You get your connection to it. It's called. It's about what's happened with the Snickers bars.
Oh yes.
Yeah. Snickers bars. You know that candy. Yeah. Well, they haven't raised the price of a Snicker bar. They just took 10% of it out.
Oh, boy.
You know, I typically my Snicker bar at my local dollar convenience store on the corner is $1.49. It's now $1.69. And I did notice they looked a little bit, constricted a little. It took a little bit out.
Oh, my God.
So we have a president, folks, who doesn't give a damn about your border, but is willing to give triple the money to Ukraine. And we have a president who fights junk fees, and now he wants to wage war with your favorite candy bar. Are you kidding me with this? This is what this guy ends up. And I love how he positions it. Did you see that? There was that one story out there about the and then he rumbles and rumbles.
He brings it up again this time on during a campaign stop. This is cut 5B. Phil, go.
Greedflation.
Shrinkflation.
You see that article about the Snickers bar?
Snickers bars. All about the Snickers bars.
Well, it's going to stop. America, we're tired of being played for suckers.
Yeah. We want big candy bars, damn it.
You should have the choice to die from diabetes in peace.
This is why
giant Snicker bars.
Back in my day, me and Corn Pop, we had the Three Musketeer bar and the Milky Way. And the peanut chew. Where's the Goldenberg peanut chew? By the way, best candy bar is a Payday.
No.
No.
What is wrong with you?
Where
do you come from?
The Lehigh Valley. Yes, that's a weird spot.
High Payday. Is it the nuts?
I love just peanut butter. I'm a peanut butter guy. Yeah.
What about a Reese's?
Reese's.
Yeah, Reese's. There's a lot of good ones out there. I was just, candy bar power rankings. I got the Payday #1.
Payday.
Yeah.
Payday that nobody, not even Payday employees think that Payday is the best candy bar.
Well, what's your favorite candy bar?
I don't really eat.
Well, I don't eat candy bars anymore.
I'm like a dark chocolate pretzel guy. Asher's dark chocolate pretzels.
Very elitist.
Yum.
That's my.
We love Asher's local.
And by the way, if your Snicker bar is shrinking, can I suggest BlueChew.com?
Promo code 1210. There you go. Secret Squirrel says Kit Kat bars. Yeah,
Kit Kat's a solid candy.
Kit Kat's a solid candy.
Kit Kat versus Twix.
Oh,
Twix.
All right. Good point. Amendment. Twix 1, Payday 2.
Got it, and in the freezer.
Yes. If your teeth can handle it.
Snickers in a freezer is just delightful.
Yeah,
so delightful.
This guy just, he wages wars with the most ridiculous stuff. Junk fees, candy bars, electric
junk
discs,
fees, hang on, junk fees. We can all get behind junk fees.
Well,
I don't think that should be the center of his...
It's the center of his portfolio.
Yeah.
It's like, what have I accomplished? I've got the CHIPS Act. I've got the Inflation Reduction Act, which doesn't do really much of anything for inflation. Oh, God.
So, I got to ask this question, and I have to be careful about doing this because I'm not insulting people who are overweight. But I just want to know, do we celebrate people who are obese, or do we say, hey, you know what, maybe you need to get help, and maybe you should lose some weight because you're not going to live to see 60 if you look like that?
I don't think we exclude people or shame people for being fat, but I also don't think we should. And look, if you're happy being fat, more power to you.
Yeah.
I put on 7 pounds, and I want to throw myself off of a balcony. I can't stand myself. So look, if you're happy in that mode, I got it. But also, you should be willing to listen to people if they truly have your best interest at heart. That they don't want to see you dead at 53 because you had diabetes. I think we should, the harsh reality of being overweight. You're going to shorten your lifespan.
I've had this since Monday, but I just didn't play it because it's very sensitive. But I want to bring it up right now. So Lizzo took to the stage at the Grammys, and first of all, the fact that isn't she under investigation for sexual harassment?
Yes, remember that?
She's awful to her team, I think, right?
Yeah,
that was the accusation.
Horrible thing. So first of all, she's invited to the elite awards ceremony.
Yeah.
And then she does a performance. She was paying tribute to Tina Turner, who we love.
Yeah.
But she took off most of her clothes and was dancing around, and she's just enormous.
And she's a fraud. She's an elitist that talks a good game, but then treats people like garbage behind the scenes.
Go over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, youtube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see this video.
Yeah, and go full screen. You're going to need it. Sorry.
But I just want to know all right, let me play it. You can describe it, Nick, if you want to watch it in real time.
Is she singing, or is there no audio with this?
She's singing.
Okay.
But you can describe what's happening on the screen for the people who can't go over to YouTube right now. Cut 4, go.
Oh, my. Oh, she just took off a waist thing. She's got this big green, I'll call that, is that midnight green, eagle green. She's definitely pulling off that's the Tina Turner look from the 80s, right?
Wow.
And it's just, she's enormous, guys.
Yes. She's got the green sparkle. I don't know. That's somewhere between costume and lingerie meets a bathing suit. She's got black high boots on. Whew. She's got the hair curled. I gotta imagine she's about 305 in that video.
Easily.
It's like maybe it's a new because it's Eagles green, so maybe it's a new Philadelphia Eagles strategy. Just like envelop the opposing team.
This was
just
actually
like, where'd they go?
This was the dress rehearsal for the Eagles' first game in Brazil. 7 months out.
Phil, what you just put the what you just froze it on? Can you put that up there for the people coming over?
Yeah, freeze her in mid flap.
Yeah. Oh my! It's just look. She's got to be in her 20s, 30s. She's at that size. She's not going to live to be 60. I'm telling you right now. So,
and if she outlives me, then we have to do an investigation.
If we're being serious about the obesity crisis in America, and it is a crisis, then we should not be celebrating this.
Well, at least she's dancing. So you got to imagine by the time this performance was over, she dropped about 2 lbs.
Well, let me ask you guys a question, and this is a dead serious question. Would we celebrate somebody getting on stage, tying off their arm and shooting up heroin? No, right?
No,
because it's a drug. It's addictive. It's going to kill them, and
it's illegal.
Obesity is going to kill her. Like, this will kill her.
But you know what? This is about.
Am I wrong?
This is
I'm sorry.
This is choice, right? This is the decision. You know, your personal accountability and responsibility. Now, I don't know what her medical status is, or what prevents her if she wants to lose it that she can't. I'm sure she could have the lap band surgery or some of the procedures that are out there, the shots, the Ozempic, whatever. But yeah, she embraces it. Yeah, good for her.
If this person were at my local gym and they were, everybody was working out, then or sometimes like Ocean City, New Jersey, everybody's, just like you're bearing it all and you're embarrassed to be out in your swimsuit. It's different because in that sense, if I saw her at the gym, whatever, I would say, oh, this is great because everybody has permission. Get out there, work out, be healthy. Mm-hmm. So on one hand, is she trying to promote be who you are and try to be fit? Because she has said that she's had a battle, right? She actually looks like she's lost weight to me, to be honest. To be really honest, she looks like she's lost weight. So I'm torn on this because I think everybody in the country pretty much is talking about this. And post-pandemic, everybody, I mean, what did they say? The average American gained 15, 16 pounds. Mm-hmm. So on one hand, she's saying, hey, get out and move. Mm-hmm. And you know what? If you got to wear something skimpy to work out, whatever.
That's a good point, Dawn.
On one point, I'm going to try to be positive on that. On the other point, why is it that those outfits are in all Macy's, whatever, for women? But how come you never see a guy's advertisement where they're celebrating obese guys? Mm-hmm. And so part of it is this whole issue of, on one hand, you want to say, don't be embarrassed or ashamed of who you are. Just get out and every day just try to be healthier and get moving. Yeah. But on the other hand, for young women, especially for young women, if you're that morbidly obese as she is, and you're 20 and you're trying to live your life, if you're trying to have children, your risk of everything, type 2 diabetes, infertility, heart rate, you know what I mean? So I think we have to walk that line.
You know what really annoys me, though, is the hypocrisy of this embracing your identity for what you are on stage. So everybody applauds on the left for Lizzo with body positivity and how dare you fat shame. Yet those are the same people that criticized the young lady in the Rolling Stones video that came out this past summer in the Angry single for the Rolling Stones. She's basically in a bra and panties, and she's sitting on the back of a convertible car going down the strip in Vegas. Totally smoking hot lady. And they ridiculed her, but yet you can't ridicule Lizzo. Yeah. So let all women, regardless of their size, show off what they want if they're trying to promote this body positivity concept.
Yeah. Again, I'm not I could lose 10 pounds. We all want to lose weight. I'm not saying that. Everybody struggles with weight in one way or another. But we shouldn't celebrate it. And if obesity kills people, and it does, why are we celebrating that? You know what I mean? It just doesn't make any sense. I'm with Dawn. I agree. If she's at the gym, she's running around, she's working, great. You know what I mean? If she's trying to lose weight, great. But it just seems like she's taking off her clothes and looking like she is, and it's just like you'll love me because of it's I don't know.
Yeah.
It just misses the mark for me.
My juvenile mind is wandering off to old episodes of Married with Children where Al was harassing fat women in the aerobics studio.
But I seriously think she's lost weight.
Oh boy.
Good for
and
her.
she's been working out. So I actually think if that's I really believe that. Because in truth, and yes, I don't know how old she is, but she's young. But in truth, things have tightened up. Do you know what I mean?
This YouTube chat is just, you're all going to hell.
Okay.
Yeah. Eric says she lost 20 pounds, but she found it.
Stop. Just stop.
She put it right back in.
Soggy Donuts. Look, I'm just reading these. I'm not endorsing them. Soggy Donuts says her heart deserves reparations.
Stop. That's not nice.
Oh, my God. It's a sin.
Let me tell you something. If you're in Ocean City, and especially, when it's the early, like it's, Memorial Day,
Yep.
and you go down the shore, and it's a nice day, and you're on the beach, and everybody's self-conscious, then you're thankful for that guy or that gal who just unwraps the towel and lets it hang out. You're like, okay, thank you. You know what I mean? Because it's not South Beach in Miami.
Yeah, that's correct.
Russell says pulling up clips of Al Bundy making fun of fat women at the shoe store will raise your ratings by 25%.
I'm gonna give you two quotes right now. I'll never forget when the fat woman at the aerobics studio come into Gary's shoes and they say 2, 4, 6, 8. Our goal is to lose weight, and then Al and Griff both stomp on the floor in harmony and go 1, 2, 3, 4. You're gonna fall through the floor. Going to hell.
Listen.
Save me a seat, Vince.
Oh my God.
You guys, as of last summer, she had reported she lost 60 pounds.
Wow.
I think she's lost. I think that's why she's proud of her weight loss.
Yeah, well, she should be. If that's
60
her,
pounds.
if that's her goal, she should be proud to lose that weight.
Okay.
I was proud that I lost 7 pounds in January by cutting out the booze. I've put 4 of it back.
I was just gonna say you're gaining it all back,
That's
aren't
right,
you?
man.
The truth is, and she was born April of 1988.
Wow,
she's not as young as I thought. She's
Okay.
what, 36?
Then she really has to
Yeah.
get on the fast track to lose that weight.
Yeah, she's on the 12th hole of life.
But think about that. If you're in your 30s, and I'm not gonna.
Sorry.
I'm not gonna. But if you're in your mid 30s like that, it just shows you once that weight is there, and I think she was always struggling with this.
Mm-hmm.
It is so tough to lose, and that's why for somebody like her, I don't know if she's doing Ozempic or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
but I think that is why it's important to say, like Oprah did, I think finally admit that she's doing the Weight Watchers, she's trying to maintain, but she did something drastic like shoot herself up in the gut with something, Ozempic, whatever.
Yeah.
Because it's so hard to lose even.
Yeah, and I think everybody's different from the standpoint of, throughout your entire life, but also certain different benchmarks. Like I felt like when I turned 30, everything about me physically became more of a grind. Like
Really?
Gaining muscle, losing fat, recovering from playing pickup basketball with my buddies the next morning. Like all of a sudden my feet and knees were killing. Like all of a sudden it's like, oh wow, I am starting to get older. Like at 30, I just noticed
30?
it. Yeah. Yeah. And I'm still in great shape, but the recovery time and things like that, like the nagging things, like playing golf the next morning, my wrist feels like it was like I slept on it for 12 straight hours. It's just those types of things.
So inflammation.
Yeah, which is why, but another reason why I want to cut out alcohol is because it infringes upon it causes inflammation, but you also don't recover from workouts as quickly as you would like because the alcohol works against that.
Let's go over to Libs of TikTok, shall we?
We've been frequenting them a lot lately.
So this insane person says that if you don't wear a mask in public in 2024, then you're not truly an ally to trans people, and you can't claim to be anti-racist. So,
masks? Oh boy, this is a...
So because trans people and African American people are more likely to have health issues.
Okay.
That by you not wearing a mask all the time, you are not really in favor of them because you're getting them sick.
Right.
Even now.
Even now.
So it's a smorgasbord of stupidity in this clip.
So this person has, I'm playing this now because there's some visuals to it where it has stats of like trans people having, getting ill and African Americans and all that stuff.
Yep.
And that's why that if you're not wearing a mask, you're killing these people.
Okay. Been a while since we talked about masks.
Cut 6, Phil. Go.
If you're a cisgender person who is able to look at this, and it still doesn't compel you to wear a mask in public spaces, seriously, don't even bother calling yourself an ally to trans people.
Okay, one.
So he's got a mohawk, a beard, a nose ring. So he's part. He looks like.
And he's wearing like a crop top, right, Dawn, or something?
Yeah.
Like one of those spaghetti straps.
He's got some tattoos. So he's part like a failed UFC fighter / mental health crisis. Okay.
He has tattoos though. He's in decent shape, but that spaghetti strap thing that he's wearing is
Yeah, you gotta get away from that strap thing, dude.
All right, I'm gonna start this over, Phil. Okay, so let's start. Cut 6 over again. Go.
If you're a cisgender person who is able to look at this, and it still doesn't compel you to wear a mask in public spaces, seriously, don't even bother calling yourself an ally to trans people. And if you're a white person who is able to look at this, and
Yep, I see it.
and that somehow doesn't manage to compel you to wear a mask,
Nope.
then don't bother claiming that you're anti-racist. And definitely don't claim that you give a damn about disability justice if you're an able-bodied person who won't wear a mask to prevent
Able-bodied.
spreading disease to disabled, immunocompromised, and chronically ill members of your community. Y'all
Right.
have two options at this point.
Y'all.
Either get your shit together and show solidarity with members of your community who are most impacted by COVID by wearing a mask, or just admit that you don't care about these people and move the on.
Right.
But don't waste their time lying to them about caring about them if you don't care if you spread disease to them.
Yeah. I like how he's holding the little handheld microphone. It's like a 1-inch microphone. He's in his little fingers.
By the way, his handle is desert_queer.
Yeah. Well, dude, I don't know what to tell you, Skip. Stay at home the rest of your life, but I'm not wearing a mask. Oh, by the way, you know what we should do for these people that are so bothered by now? So I'm assuming if I saw him at my local Giant, he would have his mask on, and he'd be triggered that I'm not wearing mine. Maybe I'll just get like a big poncho, and I'll just put a poncho over my head. Would that make him happy and feel? Would that make him feel more protected? You know, it's amazing too. It's 2024, and you know, if my rebuttal would be, well, dude, if your mask is such a great preventer of spreading illness, and you're wearing yours, then why? I can't believe we have to revisit this 4 years later now. If you like your mask and you think your mask works, and you're wearing yours, that's all you should care about, right? It's your shield. It's your identity. You're like Bane in the Dark Knight Rises with that thing across his face. I'm going to kill you now, bro.
I actually wanted to check the date on this. I thought, no, this must have been posted during the pandemic or something.
Nope.
But he just posted it. This is so weird.
Mm-hmm.
I just this person appears to be somebody who could I don't know. I don't think this person's all there. I think this person has some mental health issues,
but again,
there it is.
like obesity, we celebrate it. It's body positivity. We celebrate it. We celebrate people having mental breakdowns on TikTok. We celebrate it all.
Yeah, it's the never-ending virtue signaling. It's like, dude, that ship sailed 2.5 years ago, pal.
Now, with this said, if I walk into a setting, like even a shop or I don't know, any setting, and somebody is wearing a mask, I will say to them, "Are you immunocompromised? You want me to wear a mask?" Because
that's very kind of you.
there are some people who
agreed.
Because I met a woman a while ago and she said, "I've been going through chemo and I'm just not supposed to be. Probably shouldn't be out." And I was like, "Let me go back to my minivan. I got a mask." So there are some people in our society who, you know what I mean? They're fighting something. And
it's not just. And by the way, it's not just COVID. It's the flu. It's any other disgusting disease.
Yeah, actually, that's what she said.
Yeah,
she actually said that her doctor said it's not COVID. It's all the other stuff.
Yep.
The RSV and like all this other stuff that's like a high risk. So it's a shame that people like this guy jump from mask to you must be a racist or you must be.
You don't care about trans
right?
people.
Yeah. You don't care about LGBT.
I'm homophobic. I'm everything. Yeah, I'm everything under the sun. Yeah, you're right.
Speaking of mentally ill, another another clip from TikTok. This person uses 3 different sets of pronouns, not just 3 different pronouns.
Plural.
3 different sets of pronouns.
Groups.
So, if you're watching right now on YouTube, by the way, thank you. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. If you're watching right now, please hit the like and hit the subscribe button. Do it right now.
Keyword in 8 minutes.
Keyword in 8 minutes. Wow. My God, how time flies. Okay. This person, you're going to need your handy-dandy notebook for this because
I've got my legal pad right here.
it is so confusing, all the different pronouns, 3 sets of pronouns that this person insists that you use when you speak to her, it, them. Ready? This is cut 7, Phil, go.
Alrighty. So I use 3 different sets of pronouns: they, them, theirs, am, airs, and its. And typically I just use they, them, theirs in public or at work because those are much more commonly known pronouns, and oftentimes I don't feel like doing a whole bunch of explaining when I'm meeting new people. But around other queers, then I like using am and its for various reasons. So yeah, I'll do some third person talking about myself to show you how they're used. They went to the store today to get groceries. They drove their car. I met them at the store. A went to the store to get groceries today. A drove their car. I met them at the store, and A introduced himself. It drove to the store to get groceries today. I met it at the store, and it introduced itself.
What the hell?
Okay, so if you were jotting this down at home, as I did here on my legal pad, we've got the first group is a trio of they/them/theirs. Then you have a duet of A/M, EY/EM. Never heard of that. And then you have it/its.
Got it?
What if I were just to call this person Captain Wackadoo? How about that?
This is a Monty Python bit.
It really is.
You think we're being trolled at this point? That this is just to get a rise out of us, that they don't really believe it, or they really do?
Unfortunately, not. Unfortunately, I think this person is, and that's what makes me sad. But honest to God, look back at some of those old Monty Python. This is a bit.
So they spell A-E-Y.
E-Y.
So it says A went to the store to get groceries today.
Yeah, that's odd.
A drove air car. I met M at this store, and A introduced M-self. Who is going to remember all that?
That's,
And by the way, to this person, if you don't say these things, you've just committed a hate crime.
I know. It will take you, I would imagine, to actually adopt this and learn it and get to the point where it's satisfactory to them, where they're not triggered. You're talking weeks and weeks.
Weeks.
I mean, I can't. How long has it been for me that I can't get run and ran?
40 years.
You think 40 years? You think I'm going to figure this out? There's no shot in hell. None.
This is an example of what people do when they don't live a purpose-driven life. They don't have a job. They have so much time in their hand. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I want to know, what is this person? This person needs 2 jobs.
Can I suggest, how about golf? Go play golf.
No, go get a job.
Take up drinking. There's a lot of things you
Drink
can
more.
do. Yes. Dilly.
Dilly. AM. Every time you say AM, take a shot.
Man.
No, seriously. This is somebody who's online making up a language and making up stuff.
Yeah.
Because they're so bored and they lack such purpose and self-esteem.
Yes, it is. It's really sad. All right, that'll do it for the first round of the cut sheet. When we come back, we have our keyword for Disney.
Whoa.
We have Tony Bruno.
Wow.
We still have a big 3 with Dawn. We have a lot to get to. It's an action-packed Wednesday morning on Kayal and Company, and we're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Happy Super Bowl to all who celebrate. From FanDuel partnership with Valley Forge Casino, it's America's #1 sportsbook. If you're like me, Super Bowl Sunday is all about scoring the best seat on the couch, grabbing your favorite football snacks, and placing some super bets. Like I said, I'm taking Kansas City plus 2.5. Patrick Mahomes to be the MVP, and Travis Kelce for an anytime touchdown. FanDuel has so many ways for you to end the season with a W or 2 or 3. I just gave you my 3 right there. New customers join today, and you'll get $200 in bonus bets if your first bet of $5 or more wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg right now FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook partner of the NFL, and is the official partner of 1210 WPHT. 21 and over, present in PA. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is not withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Celebrate American Heart Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. For over 38 years, Rescue brand omega-3s have been providing people with the essentials to fortify heart health, reduce inflammation, and support healthy cholesterol levels. That's why it's the best time to dive into Rescue's February special. Right now, Rescue's most popular products, their premium omega-3 fish oil supplements, are buy one, get one free exclusively for American Heart Month. Just use the listener code OMEGA50 when placing your order. Call today at 800-26-LIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use the code OMEGA50 online when you visit res-q.com. Don't forget the code OMEGA50 when you buy one bottle of a Rescue Omega-3 to receive a second bottle free. Again, use the code OMEGA50. Fortify your heart with the Rescue Omega-3.
Although you try not to, most of us have used an ATM out of network. And at the end, you get that notice that it's going to cost you $4 extra.
Are you kidding me?
So you're paying money to get your own money. It makes you crazy. In retirement, you're going to want to use that 401k, but every time you dip into it, you have to pay taxes. Here we go again. You have to pay money to get your own money.
Oh, come on!
Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group believes that every retirement plan needs a tax plan. Without it, you're using Uncle Sam's plan. And do you really think that's going to work in your favor? Call Retire Ready Financial Group today at 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 and schedule a complimentary retirement consultation. Or you can find them online at retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Sick and tired of achy joints? Dread the idea of surgery? You need to call QC Kinetics. Call them today. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. The old ideas like steroids and surgery are no longer your only options. Regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics is transforming lives with innovative, non-surgical, drug-free treatments that deliver lasting results. Knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain from arthritis or a past injury. Don't let this pain keep you from living your best life. QC Kinetics advanced state-of-the-art treatments harness and direct your body's natural ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Make 2024 the year you reclaim your mobility. Reclaim your independence. Walk and run, play, live without the danger and trauma of surgery and without harmful drugs. Just call my friends at QC Kinetics for a free consultation. 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000. QC Kinetics. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Eight 8:32, it is Kayal and Company. Happy Wednesday to all of you as we continue on. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Tony Bruno coming up in a matter of moments. But before we go to Vegas, we need to get you one step closer to Disney and a cruise that you will never forget, because once again, it is time to give out our Disney Cruise Line vacation keyword. It is the 5th straight day. And by the way, if you missed the first couple of days, let me give you the keywords that we did last Thursday, Friday, Monday, and Tuesday.
How kind of you, Nick Kayal.
It's a very kind world that we live in.
It is.
See, TikTok influencers, I do have a heart. I do have a soul.
Yep.
First keyword last Thursday was Disney. The second keyword last Friday was cruise. The first keyword this week on Monday was summer. Yesterday was beaches. And today, Wednesday, February 7th, the keyword that you will take to 1210WPHT.com and enter for your chance to win a magical 7-night voyage to the Caribbean.
What was that website again, Nick?
That is 1210WPHT.com. 7 nights, group of 4.
Yep.
You and 3 others, because the time to show your kids the world is now. Enter for a chance to win today. See what I'm doing here?
Of course.
Tony Bruno standing by at like 5:33 a.m. Pacific time, by the way, as I drag this out and make Tony go back to sleep. All right, here we go. Ready? Because we do have Bruno. Magic keyword is magical. M-A-G-I-C-A-L. Take magical. M-A-G-I-C-A-L. To 1210WPHT.com. Crash the website. Enter the keyword and enter for your chance to win, because this Disney vacation, this cruise is exclusive. It is local to Kayal and Company listeners.
Woohoo!
So nobody around the country at another Odyssey station in a different market is winning. It will be one of you listening to this program right now. 1210WPHT.com. All right, so from Disney to Sin City we go. Las Vegas, Nevada. Tony Bruno out at Super Bowl 58. He's been out on Radio Row for the last couple of days, and he's with us once again. And he's joining us, I believe, via Zoom. Do we have you, Mr. Bruno?
Absolutely. You are looking live here at the massive Mandalay Bay Convention Center. It's a beautiful morning for football.
Wow.
But by the way, it's been a bad. Can you guys hear me okay?
Perfect. You sound great.
All right. The weird thing is, last year in Arizona, it gets chilly in the desert in Arizona. And again, I'm not looking for sympathy here because, we start at 5:30 and we go to 7 o'clock at night. So that's what you do when you start a sports network. But let me show you my set here real quick.
Yep.
There's the 2BSN set right there.
Wow. Look
There's
at that.
the Mick Robbins here.
Yep.
There's the great Pete. There's Pat McAfee set over there. Took them 3 days to build his set, and he's only going to be here for 3 days. He's showing up today.
Wow.
That's the life of being a superstar, not lugging your own equipment. But there hasn't been any sun here. The only sun we saw was the sphere. That's the only thing that shows light, and the Luxor light that goes up into the sky at night. It's been cold. It's been drizzling. So if you came here at the beginning of the week and spent a lot of money, and oh, by the way, Las Vegas now is the most expensive place on earth. Forget about Paris and London. You can't buy anything. You can't buy a burger here for less than $24. You can't get a Nathan's hot dog for like less than $15. And if you want to buy a full pizza here in the Mandalay Bay at the food court, $53.99 for a pizza.
Oh my gosh.
$55 for a pie.
Wow.
That's an outrage.
That is.
An absolute outrage. And I'm going to say Bidenomics. I have to blame somebody.
Yep.
And I hate to go the political route this morning, but the first thing I do when I come down here, I check out what did Biden do last night? And apparently my buddy Pete Shepard said there's a clip of him talking about 5 more years or something.
Well, he was talking about Snicker bars and how they've shrunk in size and gone up in price.
Well, he hasn't been to Vegas, and he's not coming to Vegas apparently, because he doesn't. Even on CBS, which is covering it, they're going to give him free airtime, but I guess they didn't agree to give him the cards and the questions in advance. I don't know, but it's all crazy here.
Yeah.
You think the only thing crazier than what's going on in Washington is what's going on here. But by the way, both teams look good. I already made my bet. I'm taking the Chiefs.
Not
because
same here.
I hate the 49ers. I just see, the line is only still 2. It went down to 1.5. It's back up to 2. 49ers favorite. But Patrick Mahomes is the X factor, guys. That's all I'll say about the game. But we got Taylor Swift is not here. But I don't know if you played the cut yesterday. My favorite cut, because everybody thinks that anybody who criticizes Taylor Swift is a far right-wing whack job.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know who criticized Taylor Swift yesterday on the Today Show? I don't know if you guys got the clip of it.
No, who's that?
Great Larry David. Now, Larry David is far from a right-wing conspiracy. And he went on the Today Show, and they asked him about Taylor Swift, and he said, you got to find the cut. He said, well, the last time I was on here, I used the S word.
Yep.
And I don't want to have to use it again. But let me just tell you this. I don't give a, and then and so that's Larry David. So if anybody wants to play this left-right card when it comes to Taylor Swift and who's rooting against her, it's not, people aren't rooting against her. I think that most people don't, they want to watch the game and they'll show her, and that's great. I don't have a problem with her or Jason Kelsey.
Yeah.
But when Larry David is saying, you think the media will criticize Larry David for saying, I don't give a mess about
no shot
about Taylor Swift? No, most people don't.
Yep. Nope,
I
Tony,
get my coffee.
you're exactly right.
He needs his coffee.
He's getting his coffee. So obviously,
I'm on the floor now. You see that? Look, this place. This is by the way, we're talking about Radio Rows.
Yep.
This is the biggest radio row I've seen in forever. Because last year in Arizona, it wasn't as big. Obviously, the pandemic, there was nobody there in L.A. But now this thing is exploding. I mean, it's early here. There's a couple of shows on, like the guys in Dallas at the Ticket. They're running 30 years on the air, Nick.
Yeah.
Those guys at the Ticket in Dallas. Great guys, good friends.
Yep.
But for the most part, I mean, there's college radio here. The NFL, to their credit, they absolutely positively embrace everything. That's why they like the digital platforms. That's why they like college students coming here. Any podcast that wants to come here can come here.
Right.
But this year, man, it is absolutely huge as far as the number of people and media people who are doing their shows.
Yep, you're exactly right. Everything the NFL touches turns to gold. Everything the GOP touches turns to garbage. I got to get your thoughts on 2 things, Tony. First of all, that $1.8 billion border deal, when we're looking at 60 for Ukraine, yet 20 for our southern border. And then we try to impeach Mayorkas yesterday, and you get 4 Republicans that come out and vote nay. So that's been taken by the wayside. It just seems like once again, every time the GOP tries to swing the stick when they have power, they come up empty. Your thoughts on both the border bill itself and also yesterday's proceeding?
I was so upset because I'm still on the social media at Tony Bruno Nation on Twitter. If you want to follow me, I don't know if you caught my last picture of the night because we went to the media night. And I ran into the Blue Man Group.
I saw
I've
that,
never
yeah.
been close to the Blue Man Group. So I said to one of the dudes, who's a real weird-looking dude, I said, wow, I said, is that paint like wet? So he grabs it and he sticks it on my head. It's not even Ash Wednesday yet. Isn't that next week, Ash Wednesday? I already had my blue ash on my head. And it's greasy. I had to wash my face to get it out of there. So those guys have some sort of a mask on. But anyway, the border bill, I was so outraged, I refused to walk into the border grill here in the Mandalay Bay with the 2 hot tamales. Have you seen them all over the place, the 2 chefs? The two hot tamales have been on Netflix. I said, I'm sorry, until we have a new border deal and until Joe Biden realizes that he does have the power to control the border. And now he was saying something yesterday about he blamed Trump for the border crisis.
Blame Trump. Yep.
How many people still believe this? That's the bottom line. You don't even have to be political. How many people can listen to the stuff that he says, and the media especially, and not say anything about it?
Yep.
It's just incredible.
Yep. No, Tony, you're exactly right. They fall right in line, and they're also falling in line when it comes to many other things. You know, I don't know if you saw the speculation and some of the little leaked snippets, but Tucker Carlson in Russia to interview Putin. And you talk about the hypocrisy of, well, nobody's going to criticize Larry David for taking a swipe at Taylor Swift. You know, it's amazing is we've had journalists from mainstream media networks in the last 24, 25 years that have interviewed people, even like Osama bin Laden. Yet here you have Tucker Carlson, who goes, you know, presumably on his own dime to Russia because he can afford to do so. And he's going to get an interview with Putin. I don't know. He's one of the biggest newsmakers on the planet. And I'm talking about Putin as we approach the 2 years of Russia and Ukraine. And now Tucker Carlson's being labeled as a traitor, and it's treasonous that he would go over there and do real journalism. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, that just shows you where we are in the world. And you saw Media Matters. They also came out, and they were going crazy about Tucker Carlson and, you know, treason. Meanwhile, Barbara Walters, you know, back in the day when 60 Minutes, when the George, you know, the Mike Wallace, and those guys always went across the world to interview, you know, tyrants. Now, Putin's not a good guy, but he is still a worldly, and he's still important in getting this Ukraine situation straight out. I'm not saying Tucker's going to get this thing solved, but why would you not want to interview Putin if you had the chance, if you're a journalist?
Right.
I mean, the fact that people are saying and journalists are saying this, I get that the partisan hacks at the DNC are going to spin that, but how can you be a real journalist or a member of Congress and call this guy treasonous for going to Russia and getting an exclusive interview? You know, they get Joe Biden on and they call it an exclusive interview. Exclusive interview. You know, and that's handpicked, and the questions are handpicked. You can do that every day when you select your media, the media of your choice, and that's passed off as journalism. But going to Russia to interview Putin is now a bad thing, and they shouldn't allow him back into the country. Imagine saying the guy should not be allowed back into the country.
Yeah, and that's what people are saying. There's many people that actually believe that. So, no, you're totally right. It's crazy times indeed.
Did I get the Disney word of the day? Can you put me in the running for the Disney contest? Am I eligible?
Well, yeah,
I believe you are.
Technically, you're not an employee of Odyssey, my friend, so you are eligible to go on this cruise.
I need to cruise after this week. I need to see sunshine. I'm serious, guys. It's like in the 40s at night. It's cold, drizzly, the miserable kind of cold rain. I don't mind rain, but everybody thinks Vegas is warm. The pools are all drained. You know, nobody's coming here to go to the pools. They're coming here to go to the casinos and gamble and the food, you know, and the thrill, the color, the pageantry of the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's a fun event, and it's always nice coming out every year. I get to see all my friends. But, you know, when you can get to interview Carrot Top every year, and you get to interview the Blue Man Group, they didn't really – I asked the Blue Man Group who they liked, and they really had nothing to say. And so they comment on Taylor Swift. When the Blue, well, you know, they don't talk, the Blue Man Group.
No.
But I think I got a future being in the Blue Man Group. All you have to do is put like this really tight mask over your face, slap some of that blue stuff all over, and then you make a lot of money. And you only do one show a night.
Yeah, well,
that's a great.
Yeah,
I need my own residency here. I'm going to move to Vegas for the Tony Bruno residency in the Luxor with Carrot Top and the Blue Man Group. One show nightly.
Amen.
Bruno live out at Radio Row in Las Vegas for Super Bowl 58. I've got to get your thoughts on two local sports stories, and I know this will be right in your wheelhouse because you always love to, put a bow on a season when you know it's over and thank so-and-so for participating. Dawn had some news on Monday's show about Carter Hart, the Flyers goaltender, and the allegations of a sexual assault from years ago. Joel Embiid, he is out with a meniscus injury. So, Tony Bruno, is it time to thank the Flyers and Sixers for participating in this year's regular season?
It's getting closer. I'm getting closer. Anyway, that was Grand Funk Railroad,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Did they do that?
Yep.
That's great Grand Trunk Railroad knowledge right there. By the way, the Grand Trunk Railroad in Philadelphia is running behind due to equipment failure. Better known as SEPTA. Grand Trunk Railroad in Philly is SEPTA, because is there a day that goes by where there's not a SEPTA delay and people aren't showing up and people are waiting for trains? It's an outrage.
It is.
What was the question again? I'm sorry.
You
wake up at 6.
Yeah.
I got up at 4:30 today.
Thank you, Tony.
Vegas time.
Thank you, Tony.
It's not even, the sun's not coming up for another hour.
Yeah, nobody feels sorry for you being in Vegas without the sun. I'm just telling you right now. It's, 34 degrees here?
It's like 40-something degrees here, and it's drizzly, and there hasn't been sun all week. We got here Saturday. The sun has not been seen in Las Vegas. Now, there's a lot of sons walking around here, but they're looking for their dad. Get lost, and the parents come in, they drop their kids off, and they go walking around to the slot machines, and they're sitting there at 9 o'clock in the morning, by the way, now that I've done a canvas, because I'm here as a journalist. I'm not here just to goof off. 9 a.m. in the casinos is dead time. Because you come in, we came in at 11:30 last night, local time, which is like 2:30 your time. And there's a couple stragglers at the, people smoking and little old ladies at the penny slots. But then at 9 a.m. is dead time. 9 a.m. they have Joel Osteen on the bar monitors. And they have Joel Osteen on the bar. I'm saying, wow.
Yeah.
By the way, I have a shirt on. This is not a profanity. This is my Welcome to Florida shirt. So anybody who thinks I have some sort of profane message on here.
Welcome to Florida. That's
WTF.
awesome. That's awesome.
You follow me?
I follow you, exactly. So I got to ask you, since these are two great questions for you, since you're actually out there firsthand with knowledge of the Super Bowl. So let me ask you this first question. We have a story here that we were going to get into yesterday. We talked a little bit about the Super Bowl ads and how companies are going to be very cautious not to offend people and cause backlash and outrage on social media. The other story we did not get to was whether or not the Super Bowl, and we should have Super Bowl Monday, the day after the Super Bowl, becoming a national holiday.
Here we go again.
And one of the articles that we had a guy that wrote how you could actually pull that off and achieve it. Are you in favor of making the day after the Super Bowl a national holiday?
Well, it'll be a national holiday for everybody but us. I mean, are we going to get the day off?
No.
I'm going to be here. We're watching the game. The game starts at 6:30. Here, what time? No, it starts at 6:30 in the East, right? So it's like 3:30
your time. Yeah.
Yep.
There's 7 hours of pregame and all that other stuff. Why? I saw somebody saying we should play I think Colin Cowherd said we should play the Super Bowl on Saturday. Is he crazy? I mean, everybody's trying to reinvent the wheel. Why do we need another national holiday? And who's going to get off?
I agree.
It's got a national holiday. That means nobody works. That means the post offices, what's closed? Because there's a lot of national holidays where things are open.
Yeah.
And so who determines who gets the day off for the national holiday? And what happens if you don't care about football? Do you get another free holiday when you don't really care and you weren't watching it? You were watching Netflix and chilling on Super Bowl Sunday? It's an outrage.
Okay.
I need a week off after this week. I need a week. I think there should be a week after Super Bowl week to chill. And go back in the sunshine of Florida, getting ready for the big pickleball championship coming up in a couple of months. And spring training. We're only days away from pitchers and catchers reporting in Clearwater, Florida.
That's
and
right.
back to the good question about the Flyers, and obviously the Flyers are a mess right now. And the Joel Embiid thing, I had my meniscus. I tore my meniscus and my ACL skiing 30 years ago in Vermont, and I didn't even realize it. Now, it was swollen, but the next day, I go back home with my sons. We were skiing up there in Vermont, and I come home and it felt okay. But then I realized you can't push off when your meniscus is torn or partially torn. Now you can do stuff without an ACL. Unless, if you're an athlete, you need to get it fixed, and that's a long rehab. But a meniscus, they did arthroscopic 30 years ago. So now, Joel Embiid, and I was walking the same day. And so the medical world has really advanced. So a meniscus repair is not something that's going to shut you down. They say a month, but Joel Embiid, if everything goes well, and it should because it's a meniscus that they fixed, and now a meniscus for a younger guy like that instead of a guy who was in his 40s at the time, it's going to heal quickly. He's an athlete.
Yeah.
So I'm predicting here, and I'm no doctor, but I do play one with Miss Robin every once in a while. When she first gets these first out there, I have no other choice. And Dawn can understand that from this perspective.
Yes.
And Robin's over there giving me the evil eye. Anyway, so Joel Embiid will be back. You know, and we talked about it here a lot because we do talk sports here at the Super Bowl, and it was a long season. They just have, it's the whole thing. If they just have to get into the playoffs, they don't have to be the number 2 seed. You know, Milwaukee and Boston are in. Cleveland's playing great now. Just get into the playoffs, get your players healthy, and then start winning. Because let's be honest, nobody cares about the NBA right now.
Yep.
They're not even guys taking nights off now. And the NBA has their trade deadline in 2 days. You think anybody's going to pay attention to the NBA trade deadline on Super Bowl week?
No.
So once again, the NBA thinks they're going to steal the thunder of the NFL. Nobody's paying attention to the NBA. By the way, I was watching the end of the hockey streak last night with your Edmonton Oilers here in Las Vegas playing the Golden Knights. I saw the game in a bar walking by. It was 51 seconds, and I don't even know if they won yet. Did the Edmonton Oilers come back, or did the Vegas Golden Knights hang on to end the 17-game win streak?
What do I look like? Sports phone? What is this, the 1990s? The Edmonton Oilers.
That's a big story. The Edmonton Oil Kings had the 17-game win streak in the National Hockey League.
Yeah, Vegas won 3-1 for all those out there that had a little action
They
on
had
it.
to call it 2-1. I figured they were pulling the goalie with 51 seconds left. So big story here in Vegas. There will be a parade down the strip today, and I'll be out there with the strippers and all the other things.
Amen.
I one term about the men, when a lot of weddings here, obviously, all the time. Not everybody's here for the Super Bowl, but I have a term now for men and women, couples that come here, usually just, dating, some young married couples. But I've said this before to you guys. When you go through the casinos at night, you'll see women absolutely decked out, the spiked heels, the beautiful clothes, short skirts, and all that other stuff.
Yeah, baby.
And then the guy's wearing like a T-shirt, jeans, and shorts, and the woman's decked out to the nines.
Mm-hmm.
So I say it's called strappers with strippers. Guys dress up, women dress like strippers. So strappers and strippers, that's the new hashtag. Guys, get dressed up, all right? I mean, this isn't the Jersey Shore. If your girlfriend or your wife or both are here and they're getting all decked out and they're spending 2 hours with hair and makeup, and you throw on shorts and a T-shirt and kicks, and you walk into a casino, you're a strapper. I'm sorry. Get dressed up. Dress up. How hard is it when you're coming to Vegas to dress up like a man?
Hey, if I want to dress like John Fetterman, I'll do that. Damn it.
As long as you wave an Israeli flag as you're walking through the casino floor.
Exactly
and
right.
By the way, whatever happened to Giselle? Did we find out? Now, she's gone.
She's gone
Do we
dark
know
on social
who she
media.
hooked up with?
Well, they just went to some sort of ball together or something like that because he was dressed up in a tux shirt with a hoodie on. They put that picture on social media, so.
Yeah. So she's back. They're back together again?
I guess so.
I thought she deleted her social media. And
well, that
I
was
heard
on
the
his
rumor-
social media.
Pete Davidson. I heard the rumor she hooked up with Pete Davidson. Now.
She realized
just
Fetterman
funny.
wasn't woke enough.
It's true. It's a good point.
She thought she married a progressive, and it's not true. All right, Tony Bruno, we got to run. Thank you as always, and enjoy your rest of your stay in Sin City, baby.
Tony.
Guys, have a good week. And let's go. I don't care. I bet the Chiefs. I know you do too, Nick.
Yes.
I got my action in. I'm ready to cash him, not trash him.
There you
Have
go.
a great week.
There he is.
Happy Super.
Tony Bruno from Radio Row in Vegas. See, I told you I'm not a Taylor Swift hater. I'm on the Chiefs. I'll be rooting for Travis Kelce like a maniac on Sunday.
Yeah, and Travis Kelce for an anytime touchdown,
Yes.
he's got something to prove.
Absolutely. By the way, speaking of Radio Row and pictures, one of Tony's producers tweeted out a picture of him doing the hit with us just now, and he's got like the big mic stand with the iPhone propped up so he could do the Zoom with us.
Oh.
Take a look at it. I think he tagged all of us. I'm going to retweet it. Bruno looks like he's in like an ISIS hostage video.
My God, that is amazing.
He's in the middle of like the hall, like the corridor. He's just like he sticks out like a sore thumb.
That is an amazing photo.
What is he doing?
Phil, can you get that and download it and put it up on the YouTube chat for the YouTubers?
I mean, he could have just sat at his little broadcast setup.
He's a professional.
He's going to get bowled over by somebody. All right, we'll come back. We'll get to Dawn's Big Three. Also, I think this is a very interesting story when it comes to whether or not those who put out deep fakes on the internet of anybody, much less a celebrity like Taylor Swift, should face criminal charges. What do voters think about this? We'll get to that story after Dawn's Big Three as we continue. 9 o'clock hour next here on Kayal and Company.
But if you're sick and tired of those achy joints, dread the idea of surgery, you need to call QC Kinetics. Call them today. The state of healthcare, it's always changing. The old ideas like steroids and surgery are certainly no longer your only options. Regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics is truly transforming lives with innovative, non-surgical, drug-free treatments that deliver lasting results. Maybe you have that knee pain. You don't want to go golfing this week. You don't want to go for the jog. Maybe some back pain, shoulder pain from arthritis or injury. Don't let this pain keep you from living your best life. My friends at QC Kinetics, they offer advanced, state-of-the-art treatments which harness and then direct your body's natural abilities to restore and actually, yes, repair that damaged joint tissue. It's pretty amazing. It's a revolutionary approach that gets you long-term relief, no downtime. That's amazing. Just call QC Kinetics now. Just get a free consultation. 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. Would you just call QC Kinetics? 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Some people bring joy wherever they go, some whenever they go. Mark Twain found humor all around. Never argue with a fool. Onlookers may not be able to tell the difference. Humor. Pass it on from passiton.com. As an educator, Mr. Nelson's teachings are still being quoted in schools.
Education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world.
Mr. Nelson taught hope.
Everyone can rise above their circumstances if they are dedicated and passionate.
And giving our best efforts.
It's always impossible until it's done.
Mr. Nelson Mandela's teachings not only united a nation, they inspire us today. Inspiration. Pass it on from passiton.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit, hims.com/joy.
Urgent Camp Lejeune settlement message. On September 6th, the government announced it will soon begin providing fast, guaranteed settlements to Camp Lejeune Marines, families, and civilians. Awards will range between $100,000 and $550,000, with an option for higher amounts. If you or a loved one spent time at Camp Lejeune and suffered cancers of the bladder, liver, or kidneys, leukemia, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, Parkinson's, or kidney issues, you may qualify for compensation and could be paid within 60 days after accepting your settlement, with your VA benefits fully protected. You may be entitled to a significant financial award for your Camp Lejeune claim, but you must act now. Call the James Harris Law Camp Lejeune helpline now to get the compensation you deserve. We're already fighting for thousands harmed by the water at Camp Lejeune. Call now or you may forever lose your right to be awarded a settlement between $100,000 and $550,000. For your free evaluation, call 800-217-1155. That's 800-217-1155. 800-217-1155.
My kitchen is the heart of my home. Dawn Stensland here. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. They're local, family-owned and operated since 1979. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today. Kitchen Magic is the full-service remodeler I trust to quickly, beautifully, and affordably transform your kitchen or bath. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. Just visit kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
NJ Diet's results are nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. No hormones, no prepackaged foods, and no shots. NJDiet.com, NJDiet.com.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Company as we continue. There's Tony Bruno on the YouTube chat. You can see the picture of Bruno just sitting out in the middle of nowhere.
It's amazing.
Shouting into a phone.
It's such a great photo. By the way, commitment of him.
Yeah.
He could have just done it from his hotel room.
Yep.
He went to Radio Row.
Woo. He did.
I mean, he's at Mandalay Bay, so I would go there too. But
I would too.
You know.
Head over to the sports book, place a wager.
At 5:30 in the morning.
Grab a coffee. Boom.
You know what's funny is that you see these sports shows, like even some in our own company, that do morning drive out there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. What guests are they getting?
I have no idea. I mean, you look at it, it's pretty much a ghost town at this point, right? So, if I was doing sports and I was out at Radio Row, the Super Bowl, I would want to be doing afternoon drive.
Yeah, that seems like
even then you start at like 11 or 12 o'clock.
That seems like a waste to me to have, to spend the money to send a show out there, and you're not really getting anybody. Because
you sound like a very corporate suit here, a frugal boss, brand manager.
Excuse me.
Upon further review, I'm not sending my talent out there to have fun. It costs too much.
By the way, youtube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see the photo of Tony Bruno sitting by himself. It does look like a hostage video.
Talking into Zoom.
It's amazing.
So I'm surprised AOC's not over in the corner right now holding him hostage. All right, so we've got our morning mystery movie clip coming up at 9:20 this morning. What's on the cut sheet part due. Also, a very interesting poll that was done by the Daily Mail with U.S. voters when it comes to whether or not they would support criminal charges against those that put out the AI deep fakes on anybody, much less Taylor Swift. I think the results are going to be quite fascinating, and we'll get to that in just a moment. But before all of that, because we did not have one in the 8 o'clock hour, but we do have one now, it's time at 9:03 for Dawn Stensland's Big 3 at 9.
Yeah.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
And our Big 3 at 9, sponsored this morning by Piazza Auto Group. Number 1, Taylor Swift can't shake it off, so her attorneys filed a cease and desist order to a college student to say, hey, you got to stop tracking and then publicizing her travel on her private jet. This is Jack Sweeney. We've heard of his cases before. Remember, he angered Elon Musk by doing the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Sweeney complains that wealthy, famous people are hurting the environment. They claim that they're pro-environment, and then they fly around in these private jets, burning all that fuel. And so he has also disclosed travel tied to Ms. Swift's relationship with KC Chiefs tight end, her favorite tight end, Travis Kelce.
Okay, so
and her Eras tour.
I actually agree with the guy on the hypocrisy of all these climate nut jobs, including John Kerry, that talk about, zero carbon emissions and polluting, and then they feel the need to take a jet themselves instead of going with the masses. I'm with you there. But like this, what I'm tired of is the doxing. I'm tired of the swatting. the sharing of people's public their info. Like, stop harassing people just because you don't like them. Like, what did we see throughout the holidays? All those swatting pranks where, you have emergency responders showing up at Marjorie Taylor Greene's house or wherever. And it doesn't matter to me politically, whether it's Taylor Swift or Marjorie Taylor Greene. The doxing and all this other stuff, there's a lot of nut jobs out there that take that information and it could lead to a casualty. That's the last thing we need.
Yeah, that's true. He uses publicly available data, though, from the FAA, from the Federal Aviation Administration. So his argument is, hey, anybody could look this up. It's public data.
True. Which I think we should get to a point where I don't know that we should allow, like, don't you, if you have, and I'm thinking like one of these people that have the ability to fly privately, isn't that kind of at least one of the allures to fly? Like, you have that, secrecy to you. Like, hey, if I want to get away from point A and get to point B and not be heckled, and I get it. Look, you signed up for it, but shouldn't some information not be available to the public? Like, if you're tracking flight, Delta flight 4273 from Philly to Fort Lauderdale, I got it. But like, let these private people go. I never understood the celebrity obsession with like they're following their every movement.
Well put.
They don't fascinate me to begin with anyway.
Well, we'll see where this goes. I don't think that Elon Musk, I think, used his child because he said, you're also disclosing where my child is or something. So we'll see. Swift's lawyers are saying she has been victimized by stalkers and it has been creepy. So maybe that's their angle here where they'll get this guy to just stop for a while. So we're following it. Let's talk about drivers from our area who, if this is a new study, an annual report released from Bankrate, a consumer financial services company. Guess what, Philadelphia drivers? Yeah, you know what we spend more than most people in the nation on? Car insurance. We spend a larger share of our income in the Philadelphia region on auto insurance than most people in the nation.
Wow.
These rates, they say, have just skyrocketed. On average, Philadelphia drivers are spending $4,753 on annual car premiums, which is nearly 6% of their household income, according to Bankrate.
So what was that number you said? 4,000 what?
It's almost $5,000.
$5,000 per year on car insurance.
Yeah, on car insurance.
Divided by 12 months is $416.66 a month. 66 cents a month. That can't be per person. That's got to be per household.
It's probably
right?
per household.
Okay.
That's probably. I mean, because I have two teenagers. I mean, we spend more than that, but I will say, it jumped 154% this year.
Wow.
And it includes, by the way, they're including our region. In other words, Camden, Wilmington, Delaware. It's this region.
I'm assuming like retail, automobile theft. And obviously accidents. I mean, does this imply that we're just more reckless and more expensive to insure? I mean, I'm assuming that's why we're seeing the bump in the cost.
Yeah, they're citing. By the way, the average is half that. So we're double the national average, but even the national average is up $529. So these rates are huge.
Yeah.
What they're saying for Philadelphia, cities like Philadelphia, D.C., they do cite the carjacking, Nick, the crime, but also think about the numbers of people who are not insured. So let's say you're fully insured, we're responsible, but let's say somebody crashes into you and T-bones you and they don't have auto insurance.
Yeah.
Your insurance pays.
Yeah.
And that's another one, the car parts, the new parts, if you have, most policies say you're guaranteed, to get a new part to fix your car.
Sure.
All the parts because the cost of fuel, shipping, etc. But you're right, the carjacking, smash and grabs, all that.
So when my girls turn 16 in about 6.5 years, and I've got to insure both of them when they drive, I'll probably be heading into another Kayal financial recession.
Yeah, it's
right.
Now girls are better as far as the boys.
Seems a little sexist.
Look at the stats.
Girls are safer drivers.
That's what they what they claim. That's what they claim.
Oh, give me a break.
That's what they claim.
Wow.
It's just because guys are more aggressive drivers. Women are more distracted drivers, I think.
So both equally as dangerous?
No comment. I will say this, that if you're on the dean's list, if you're a straight A student, if you know, like all those things, if you know, for your daughters, the fact that they're champion competitive dancers, they're good students, if they continue with that, that really lowers your auto insurance.
I'll tell you what, if these prices remain the same, they're going to be driving a hoverboard to school.
Well, speaking of girls competing and girls in sports, big announcement by our own Philadelphia Eagles saying that this is a major expansion of the team's commitment to getting girls in the game. And so this is pretty cool. The Flag Football League in the NFL for girls, founded by the Eagles, it's here. And they're talking about this and expanding this. So they're beginning to expand. It's 16. It started at 16 teams. Now the Eagles are announcing their league has expanded to 96 teams, a nearly 600% increase in just 2 years' time.
So we have a female flag football league.
Yes.
Okay. I'm presuming these are all biological females.
Oh boy.
Yes. Okay.
I mean, we have to wonder these days, right?
No. These are so the deal is that, and by the way, today is like National Girls Sports Day, which is kind of women's sports, girls sports. So, you know, I'm a Mimi, my Stacey's and Justin's, you know, my stepdaughters, little girls. So Emmy just won a championship out in Chester County.
Oh, yeah?
I'll ask her if I can tweet it out, but I'll send you the picture of her. They actually, this is all sponsored by the NFL. And these little girls, 9-year-old little girls out there, having a blast. It's flag football, but it's fast, it's exciting, and the league is incredible. It's really organized, and she won. So you should see her Super Bowl ring.
Oh, wow.
She got like the ring.
Really?
Like it's awesome.
Wow.
It's fully funded. It's the coolest thing, I'm telling you.
Very cool.
Your daughters would love this.
Yeah.
And the camaraderie and everything.
Okay.
So
I'll look into
check it out.
Yeah.
But yeah, biological girls. I guess they'll have to deal with.
Yeah. Just wait till a girl named Brandon shows up.
Don't even bring me down. I was trying to end on a positive note.
It's gonna happen.
Oh boy. Well, okay, I'll end on the positive note with our friends from Piazza Auto Group, which thank you for sponsoring our big three. Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown and Westchester. Get 0% APR for 36 months on the new 2023 Santa Fe and the 2024 Tucson for a limited time. Here, shop online today, PiazzaHyundai.com. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group, for sponsoring our big three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Morning Mystery Movie Clip coming up in about 7 minutes. Still ahead also this morning at the bottom of the hour, we will have What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. We'll find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show today in music history, and who won Twitter today. I also want to get to, in between our mystery clip and our cut sheet, this poll from the Daily Mail with Taylor Swift and these AI images that have been posted on social media. I think you're going to be surprised by the results, and maybe a lot of people will disagree with my stance on this as well.
I'm just curious, what's the question in the poll?
The question is, should people that post these AI deepfake images be charged criminally for sharing fraudulent content?
We went over this already. There's been a Supreme Court case on this with Larry Flint and Hustler Magazine. If it's parody, if a normal average person can
reasonable to assume
that it's parody, then they can get away with it.
All right. Yeah, I've got the poll results. We'll give those on the other side, and we'll go down this road. Because I'm torn on this. I'd love to sit here and argue one side or the other and believe it, but I understand. Okay, real quickly, because we'll get to it on the other side. If it's Taylor Swift next to Andy Reid and she's naked, I know that's fake. But if it's so authentic looking that you're like, I can't. Now, my assumption is you'll never see a picture of Taylor Swift naked. She would not put herself in that spot.
Yeah.
But I think if you're looking at it and you're like, that's where I think if you're the victim, I can understand the victim's argument of you're putting out fraudulent disinformation on the internet that can either defame me, slander, libel, all that stuff. We'll get into it on the other side, I promise. 855-839-1210. But first, let me tell you about Blue Chew, because look, there's not going to be images of Taylor Swift around all the time to help you out, guys. But I do have the solution to spice things up for you in your current relationship or to impress somebody new if you're on the open market. And the recipe is very simple. It's Blue Chew's Chewables. That's right. Blue Chew's tablets are a performance enhancement for the bedroom that will have you knocking it out of the park and help you gain that extra confidence come game time. And it has the same active ingredient as Levitra, but a more cost-friendly price because everything is overpriced these days. We're all trying to save some money, and Blue Chew understands that. They have licensed medical professionals that will work with you to find the right ingredient and the right strength for your prescription. And if swallowing pills is not for you, no problem. Their tablets are chewables. And here's the special offer for Kayal and Company listeners. Try Blue Chew for free. All you have to do is go to BlueChew.com, enter the promo code 1210, and just pay the $5 for shipping, and boom, it's yours. Discreet delivery, no in-person conversations. Thank us later. BlueChew.com, promo code 1210, made in the good old US of A.
My father taught me never put yourself in a situation where you have to say you're sorry. Great advice, right? So why do you only have one key to your car? Seriously, don't wait until you're apologizing to your wife or husband, or even worse, your boss, because you lost your keys. Save yourself that headache. Head to McCausland Lock Service and get yourself a spare. You're supporting small business when you do and saving up to half of what you'd pay at a dealer. Call McCausland Lock Service for a quote today. 610-430-1500. 610-430-1500.
Traveling, volunteering, spending time with family. What's your retirement look like? With income planning from Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor can help you grow and protect your wealth. They'll look at your full financial picture and help you create a flexible strategy that considers things like market conditions and healthcare expenses, so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Visit fidelity.com/income planning. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE, SIPC.
Hey, Joe Montana here. Back in my football days, I knew the importance of a strong defense. Now I'm sharing how you can help defend your health against pneumococcal pneumonia, a bacterial lung disease that can be life-threatening. If you're 65 or older, or 19 or older with certain chronic conditions like diabetes or asthma, you're at increased risk. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about vaccination and learn more at knowpneumonia.com. That's KNOW pneumonia.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
It all comes down to this. Super Bowl 58. Listen live from Westwood One on the free Odyssey app. The Kansas City Chiefs.
Takes the snap. Darts a pass near side. Caught by Kelsey. Wrapped to the ground at the 12.
And the San Francisco 49ers.
With a comeback for the ages, the 49ers are going back to the Super Bowl.
Wherever you are this Sunday, stream Super Bowl 58 with Westwood One on the free Odyssey app. Download it today and search Super Bowl. AUDACY.
When was the last time you watched your home movies?
Disasters strike unexpectedly. Every year, American families lose the one thing they'd run back into a burning building for: their family's memories. Hi, I'm Nick.
And I'm Adam. We started Legacy Box to help save your family's most important recorded moments so you don't have to worry.
Load Legacy Box with your old movies, film reels, and shoeboxes of photos.
We work our digitizing magic, converting those memories right to the cloud so they're safe and accessible forever.
It's fast, we always send your originals back, and it's done right here in the USA.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box. Better Homes and Garden, Real Simple, and Inc. Magazine are all talking about Legacy Box.
New York Times columnist David Pogue says, "Have them digitized. I wish I'd done it sooner." Take action. Save your family's memories today with Legacy Box.
Go to legacybox.com/value to get an incredible 50% off your Legacy Box. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off while supplies last. legacybox.com/value.
Hi everyone, Matt here from Emmons Roofing and Siding. There are a lot of companies out there that say they do roofing, siding, windows, and doors. Some good, some not so good. Be careful of those that say buy two, get two free. Does that really make sense? Think about it. At Emmons, we don't offer gimmicks, just quality products installed by our experienced craftsmen. We do offer 12 months, same as cash financing though. That's not a gimmick. That's because we know how tough it is for some people right now to get these projects done. If you need roofing, siding, or windows and doors, call us for a free estimate today at 856-885-6677 or visit us at callemmons.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Mount Laurel, we 1210 WPHT.
Kayal Company, 9:20, rolling on live here on a Wednesday morning. What's on the cut sheet, part due in 10 minutes. This segment brought to you by Tommy D's Home Improvement Center. If you are renovating a kitchen or building one from the ground up, Tommy D's Home Improvement Center is your go-to for quality kitchen cabinets, flooring, and molding at affordable rates. Visit their showroom in Philadelphia or visit the website, TommyD's.com. All right, 9:20 right on the dot. Let's get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We are finally going to fulfill our prophecy of outer space travel. They laughed at us when we said that aliens existed, and they mocked us when we started wearing bubble wrap jumpsuits. But who's laughing now, huh? I'll tell you who's laughing now. We are! Soon we will leave this lame planet and fly through outer space with cool aliens who like us. It is going to be awesome! Zoltan!
Think you know what it is? Be caller 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
And once again, the great prize today and all week long, a pair of tickets to Bucks County Paracon, the first annual paranormal conference on March 9th at the Zlock Performing Arts Center in Bucks County. For more info and tickets, visit bucks.edu/tickets. Caller 12 855-839-1210, the phone number. Best of luck, and we'll see if we get our winner here in the next couple of minutes. I just saw a headline come across Fox News on television. Apparently, beef prices are soaring due to a cattle herd shortage. Geez, it's almost like they really do want us to get away from red meat and force us to eat bugs. They're going to price us out, Dawn. I'm not going to be able to get my Angus burgers at the 4th of July this year. They're going to be too expensive.
Yeah, it's true.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It's true. Like, well, my one son, who we can't keep food in the house for, the youngest.
Yep.
He's like, Mom, kid at school said they had like some kind of, I don't know, crickets. They have more protein than anything.
Yeah.
And I was like, what are you talking about? This is what you guys are talking about? But they're influenced by, everybody's talking about it at school because it went viral.
Mm-hmm.
And so all he's looking at is protein.
Yeah. Well, when you're weighing the protein and you say, you know what, I need 30 grams of protein today, what would I rather have? Would I rather have a steak sandwich or a plate of bugs? I think I'd take the steak sandwich, Dawn.
Well, he would too, but he was saying like that could be a great appetizer. It could fry up the, crickets, and I guess they're good.
They're good?
I guess they are. They're like crunchy and good.
And who has said this? Your son?
I don't know. Well, he didn't. I don't think he tried it. He
Soccer, you were a vegan for a long time. Did you ever have bugs?
No.
Did you ever have crickets?
Never would. Never will, never would.
Okay. All right, fair enough. All right, so let's get to this story here, because I know Stalker disagrees, and he's got some precedent, he's got some court cases in front of him, he's all lawyered up.
I'm not lawyered up.
So the voting has come out on a Daily Mail poll where they polled 1,400 United States voters on whether or not they would support criminal charges against those who share deep fake porn pics online. And this is specifically having to do with Taylor Swift. What I found interesting about this result, first of all, 75% of Americans would support criminal charges, but it goes up in percentage the older the demographic. So 18 to 24-year-olds are in agreement that you should charge people for this as a crime, but at the lowest rate of just about 65%. The 25 to 44-year-old demo supports prosecution and charges even higher. The 45 to 64-year-old demo, almost 77%. And those 65 plus at over 82%. saying that they would support criminal charges against you for posting deep fake AI pictures, and in this case, specifically with Taylor Swift. So it's not even the Gen Zers or the younger millennials, which is really where the Swifties would fall into. You have the older the demo, the more pro-criminal charge prosecution for this. And Greg, I know you mentioned your story about Larry Flint and Hustler. And look, yes, the ones that are completely obvious that are parody, I get. But
She's a famous person, dude. There's all kinds of.
But let me ask you this:
Yeah.
What if this was not a famous person? Let me put my father hat on here. With 2 9-year-old daughters. Should somebody, let's just say my daughters are, 16 or 27. I mean, I'm going to be their dad forever, regardless of whether or not they're minors. And somebody puts out fake naked pictures of them. And obviously they're fake, but, to the average person with the naked eye, no pun intended, you can't really tell if this is authentic or if this is artificial intelligence. Do you not think it should be in your arsenal to pursue charges against somebody that portrays you in a fake, false fashion?
I understand what you're saying, guys. I hate social media. I am never going to defend social media. I think it's the scourge of society.
Yeah.
But I'm just telling you that there's not. It's going to be almost impossible to prosecute. It just is. If your daughters, if your son's pictures are online, then they're fair game for people. I'm sorry. That's just the truth.
Maybe it's just that I'm getting older and I'm just tired of the nonsense on social media. And I know I can't get away from it because it's my job. But I'm just tired of I guess I've worn thin on all of the a-holes on social media. If you want parody, I got it. I'm cool with that. I love the Babylon Bee. If you want to talk trash, but some of this stuff, and I'm not a big believer in over-regulation and all of these rules. I enjoy my freedom, but there's just got to be some guardrails on certain things. And I feel like at times when it comes to social media and it comes to the internet, it's just the wild, wild west.
I think, number one, I was just looking it up to make sure. To date, there are no federal laws about AI and these deep fakes or any of that, number one. Number two, I think that we can use existing laws about minors, but is this not a great moment? And I looked up all these stories. A mom and her 14-year-old are pushing, and Democrats are saying they're going to, hey, Mom, get your kid's face off social media, and nobody can make a deep fake of her.
That's true.
I would agree with that. I would agree with that 100%. The problem is that you guys know it. I mean, you can't really stop your kids from being on social media. Yeah. So they're going to be on it anyway. You just have to tell them the consequences. You know what I mean? Just be like, hey, listen, you're putting your face out there for all to see. This is what could happen.
But I will say this. We have existing laws, and here's where it gets a little messy. We have existing laws such as, let's say you're an adult male and you're found to have images on your phone of AI-generated nude 10-year-old little girls.
Oh, God.
Okay?
Yeah.
So how does that work? And then they took the face of people's 10-year-old little girls and put it on whatever body. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So all this is where it gets messy, but I believe that we don't have to make new laws. They can just take the laws involving children and child porn. And then the question is, does it matter if it's AI?
Right.
Is that child porn the cure or the cause?
Okay.
I mean, I know it's gross, but do you know what I'm saying? So that gets real squishy.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're in a weird spot because even when that Larry Flint Hustler case went before the Supreme Court.
And that's what, 35, 36 years ago?
Longer than that, dude.
What was that, 86, 87?
It was 88, wasn't it?
Okay. Yeah, 88. Yeah, about 36 years ago.
Oh, was that 36?
Yeah. 88 to 2000 is 12.
I'm looking up the
12 and
years.
24 is 36.
It's Hustler v. Falwell.
Yeah, I want to say it was late
eight.
80s,
Yeah.
I thought. Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Nobody would have ever predicted this is where we would be now. So I do agree with you that there's there is precedent for it, but they never predicted this. So yeah, it's just. And by the way, too, what's stopping people now? You can just say, if you're caught doing something, you can just say it wasn't me. It's AI.
AI, deepfake. Yeah. Oh, that's what we've been saying for the last 3 years. Oh, that's misinformation. That's disinformation. You just categorically deflect in a different fashion and deny, and then eventually everybody moves on, and there we are. So I've defended Taylor Swift enough today. See, I'm not a hater. I look at everything on a case-by-case basis, folks. You might agree with it, you might not, but that's the beauty of it. All right, let's get to our morning mystery movie clip winner. We got Joe in Philadelphia. Joe, good morning. What movie clip did we play for you this morning, sir?
That is, Dude, Where's My Car?
That is correct. That is correct, Joe. Congratulations. You've got the Paracon tickets coming up in March in Bucks County. Congratulations.
Awesome. Thank you so much. You guys are awesome.
All right, Joe, thank you very much, and I wholeheartedly agree with it. We are awesome. Yep, it's not really up for debate at this point anymore. All right, 9:30 right on the dot. Let's get to round number 2 for Greg Stocker.
Well, now let's break first.
I take that back. Let me reel that back. We'll pay the bills. Then we'll come back, and then we will do What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2, as well as What's on Tap for the Dawn Show, Today in Music History, and Who Won Twitter Today. Back after this, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Do you want to taste what America has to offer without leaving your own backyard? Then come to Liberty Union Bar and Grill in Chester Springs and Kimberton, where they feature Americana comfort food served in a warm and inviting bar and dining room. What are you doing for the big game on Sunday? Check out Liberty Union with a free halftime wing and pasta buffet, or come for Valentine's Day with a 3-course meal for $99 a couple. Liberty Union Bar and Grill in Chester Springs and Kimberton, home of the free tater tots. Visit libertyunionbar.com.
Gerhard's Appliances is Philly's place to get appliances you need for prices you'll love. Stop in now during the President's Day sales event to get patriotically priced kitchen packages, like this LG 4-piece stainless steel package for only $1,999. Prices like that put the Swede in Kitchen Suite and are only available during Gerhard's Appliances President's Day sales event. Shop local and save big at Gerhard's, where 75 years of small business is kind of a big deal. Visit GerhardsAppliance.com.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
This is a consumer warning. Countless financial shows have promised the peace of mind that comes only with a crash-proof retirement. Yet time and time again, the claims of these firms are revealed as nothing more than deception. The imitators never last, but their hollow promises have caused irreparable financial damage that continues to plague investors to this day. Don't be fooled by the copycats. No other firm has access to the proprietary crash-proof retirement system that provides market-like returns credited as interest with no market risk or fees to over 5,000 clients through all economic conditions. So when you hear other firms marketing a financial X-ray, beware. Only Crash-Proof Retirement's Financial MRI provides the 44-step in-depth forensic analysis needed to expose the dangers hidden within your portfolio. Be with the originators. Register for our next event at Spring Mill Manor on March 19th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Free speech lives here with Dawn Stenslin weekdays 10 till noon. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Wednesday morning as we continue. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Still ahead this morning, we'll find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show today in music history and who won Twitter today. But before all of that, let's get to some more audio because it's time for What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. Yesterday, Karine Jean-Pierre held her press briefing and said, well, she said a lot of things, but she said that Biden has made sure that there's equity at the center of his economic policies.
Okay. Okay, here we go again with that.
Cut one, Phil, go.
For example, when we walked in, the president wanted to make sure that the White House used the full force of the federal government to deal with racial equity, to deal with racial justice. He signed an executive order to make sure that the agencies within the federal government, as they move forward with policy, had equity at the center of it. And so that is really important, too. And under this president, we've seen 2.6 million more Black Americans have jobs. That's because there is, make sure there's equity at the center of all the policies, again, economic policies.
So I'm going to give, I think, a very, very intelligent rebuttal. Actually, this will be a question. Karine, you talk about the equity of the African-American community and how that's been built in or baked into Biden's economics. Well, what about that community that's now getting pushed to the back burner for the migrants that are coming in here illegally? How about that? How about the rec centers and the schools and the places where those that are disproportionately already affected have now been shoved out the front door for people that are illegal immigrants? And by the way, where's my $53 million credit card? When are we all going to get a piece of the prepaid gift card? Because I don't know about you guys, but I could use the extra $1,000 in this Biden economy.
Yeah, we get the bill.
That's right.
Yesterday we played the clip of Joe Biden claiming he recently spoke to the French president who died in 1996. A reporter asked her about that, and she says she's not going to go down that rabbit hole.
No, why should she?
Cut to Phil, go.
How is President Biden ever going to convince the 3/4 of voters who are worried about his physical and mental health that he is okay, even though in Las Vegas he told a story about recently talking to a French president who died in 1996?
I'm not even going to go down that rabbit hole with you, sir.
What is
We're
the
going to
rabbit hole?
Go ahead.
He said
go
he
ahead.
talked to Mitterrand.
Go ahead. You saw the president in Vegas, in California. You've seen the president in South Carolina. You saw him in Michigan. I'll just leave it there. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Peter, I have no good defense. I can't. I'm just going to leave it there. I'm not going down that rabbit hole because we can't come up with anything crafty for me to say. And even if it was pre-scripted in my binder, I'd botch it anyway.
That's not a bad question.
It's a great question.
Like what?
So talking about a guy that died in the Civil War. He had a conversation with somebody that died in 1813. What? I'm not going down that rabbit hole. And Trump gets crushed when he says the president of Turkey and compares him to what is it, Turkey and Hungary where he botched that one time and everybody was out. See, he's in cognitive decline just like Joe is.
Yes. Well, at least she should have just said it's alliteration. Mitterrand, Macron. It's the M's in French. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for one day for her just to look at Ducey and be like, Peter, I'm done with you.
like the bus driver. Yeah. What if she had Nick Cale's board?
Oh, man.
She just play that. I'm done with you.
You know, I have 4 clips of Kareen on my board. Maybe Kareen can get 4 clips of me on
Nick
her
Cale.
board. Can
And
I
just
get,
say,
I want to be in her binder.
Yeah. She could just play that for them.
I mean, I give her a ton of publicity.
I'll see you tomorrow.
There.
I'm not going to get beyond
there. There.
I would refer you to the White House counsel.
There.
Whoa!
I got 5 Kareens.
CNBC did a report yesterday that just 1/5 of Americans between the ages of 18 and 34 give Biden's economy a favorable rating, with a plurality rating it poor. So this is the 18 to 34 demo that he needs very badly.
Should be his wheelhouse.
This is cut 11. Phil, go.
Guys, we have this great poll that we did, CNBC, ahead of the election, the Youth and Money in the U.S. poll with Generation Lab, where we're starting to survey how young Americans are feeling about the economy ahead of the election. And I pulled out two of the answers. How would you rate the economy? 41% say poor, 38% fair, not a whole lot of good, and definitely not a whole lot of excellent. And that gets to this sort of quandary for the Biden administration.
Yeah, it does.
So I would like to talk to that 17% that say it's good, and I would love to know what they do financially for a living, because usually, now I know there are exceptions, and some people are talented enough that at 24 or 25 they're making serious cash, but usually for 18 to 34 you have very little disposable income.
Yep.
You know, that's usually where you're, paying off your loans. Maybe you're renting a place, or you're just out of college and you've got a roommate or whatever. I mean, you probably don't bust out until your late 30s or right around 40, where if you're going to make good money in this lifetime, you do. So I'd love it. What are these, like Harvard graduates? I mean, even if you're a doctor and you're in that later portion of that.
Yeah, you don't start getting money.
Yeah.
Because you're paying off.
Right. You're 30 years old, fresh out of your residency, and you probably owe $240,000. You can't be living like a king yet.
Yep. Nikki Haley, who's still in the race, I believe, was on with Neil Cavuto the other day, and she says the majority of Americans dislike Trump. The majority of Americans dislike Biden. This is why she's still running. This is cut 8. Phil, go.
Now, maybe in good humor, good fun, and you have been zinging him lately on the grumpy old men theme, 2 old guys going at it. You've had enough of that. He comes back. As people come back, you're overdoing it. Other party types say you're hurting the party, and if he's the nominee, you'll damage him. What do you say to that?
I think it's the hard truth. I mean, you can't have 70% of Americans who say they don't want a Trump-Biden rematch. The majority of Americans dislike Trump. The majority of Americans dislike Biden. Both of those men put us trillions of dollars in debt that our kids are never going to forgive us for. And we've got a country in disarray and a world on fire. Are we really going to have our 2 candidates be 2 men in their 80s? When you need someone who can run 8 years, disciplined, focused, ready to get to work and get things done, that's not being disrespectful. That's just being factual. And then you go and you look at the fact that every single general election poll, he's down 7 points. He's down 9 points on Biden. In some, he comes in margin of error. I defeat Joe Biden by up to 17 points. The poll that came out yesterday, I defeat him by 13 points. That's what this is about. There will be a female president of the United States. It will either be me or Kamala Harris. If Donald Trump is the nominee of the Republican Party, we will have a President Kamala Harris. That's just a fact.
So she's relegated to selling the her versus Kamala fear factor hypothetical. I guess this had to be yesterday in the afternoon with Cavuto before Nevada had their primary. By the way, she's probably not feeling as great as she was in that clip after the results have come in. Nikki Haley lost the Nevada primary despite Trump not being on the ballot last night.
Because he told everybody to say none of these above or whatever if they did.
Yes.
So it's like none of the above
got more votes than Nikki Haley.
Wow.
So when you're like in 4th grade and you go, do you like me? Mm-hmm. Yes, no, none of the above.
Yes. Here's the breakdown last night. John Castro got 0.3%. Tim Scott got 1.3%. Mike Pence 4.2%. Nikki Haley 33.2%. None of these candidates 60.4%.
Wow. It's unbelievable.
Dang.
I mean, that's basically a vote for Trump.
Yeah. He doesn't even have to show up
Yeah.
or have his name on it to win.
It's amazing.
Go home, Nikki. It's over. All right, 9:44. We'll come back and wrap it up with what's on tap for the Dawn Show, who won Twitter today, and today in music history. Kayal and Company. Be right back.
You know, I think the world of the Piazza Auto Group, my family, so many of my family, we are customers, but we want to congratulate our friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles as they continue to grow their luxury collection of brands. And we're so excited to help welcome in 2 new members to their family of dealerships, Infiniti Ardmore, as well as Maserati of the main line, both located right there on Lancaster Avenue. You're going to receive the very same first-class customer experience that you've come to expect from our friends at Piazza. Find your new or certified pre-owned Infiniti, Maserati, or other Piazza luxury brands, you know, like Jaguar, Land Rover, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and so much more. Check them out, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, a name you can trust, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hello, CNC Heating and Air Conditioning.
Yes, our HVAC system is not heating our home, and our energy bills are sky high. It's time to replace it.
Okay, the good news is CNC is your local Lennox dealer, and our trained technicians will get you running again.
Tell me, is CNC currently running any specials?
Yes, as a thank you, CNC is offering our biggest savings in value this winter. And for a limited time, you can earn up to $2,200 in rebates on a brand new Lennox system.
To take advantage of these savings, go to cc-hvac.com.
Hi, Stephanie from Emmons. Are you not loving your bathroom? Is the King's Throne looking a little outdated and run down? Let Emmons Design Specialists design a bathroom that you will love and one that Emmons will redo in as little as 1 day. An affordable, maintenance-free bathroom with little to no inconvenience to you and your family. With finance options available, there's really only one problem. Your bathroom will be so nice, your king may never want to come out. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on our website at callemmons.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When was the last time you watched your home movies?
Disasters strike unexpectedly. Every year, American families lose the one thing they'd run back into a burning building for, their family's memories. Hi, I'm Nick.
And I'm Adam. We started Legacy Box to help save your family's most important recorded moments so you don't have to worry.
Load Legacy Box with your old movies, film reels, and shoeboxes of photos.
We work our digitizing magic, converting those memories right to the cloud so they're safe and accessible forever.
It's fast, we always send your originals back, and it's done right here in the USA.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box. Better Homes and Garden, Real Simple, and Inc. magazine are all talking about Legacy Box.
New York Times columnist David Pogue says, have them digitized. I wish I'd done it sooner. Take action. Save your family's memories today with Legacy Box.
Go to legacybox.com/value to get an incredible 50% off your Legacy Box. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off while supplies last. legacybox.com/value.
Tastykake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, those chocolate-coated cakes with the creamy layer of peanut butter inside. There's Crimpets, the light sponge cakes topped with rich icing for people who like the classics. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and you can't forget about the delicious new Dippin' Sticks flavors. There's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but that's no surprise because it's Tastykake, except no substitutes.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show in St. Mary of the Lake School on Route 70 in Medford, New Jersey on Saturday, April 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com!
Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Learn about investing, tax strategies, and more. Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9.
It's Rhea Hughes for my friends at Window Nation. If you've had enough of your windows keeping the house chilly, then fight the February cold with Window Nation. Right now, replace your windows and save big with 50% off on all window styles. Plus, 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 24 months. With proven quality and service, it's no wonder thousands have trusted Window Nation. Don't miss out. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The heart is a blue.
Oh, it's going to be a beautiful day, no doubt about it. Beautiful outside. The Dawn Show is coming up in exactly 9 minutes, and we find out what she has on tap for the top of the hour.
Yes, well, up ahead, I will bring home the issue of immigration. Historic new numbers coming out this morning with illegals. How does that play in a city like Philadelphia, which is, of course, a sanctuary city? We'll talk about that and all others as far as Josh Shapiro, our governor's new budget, what it means for all of us. Coming up at 10:20, we're going to have a lot of fun because Carolyn Lawrence, she's the voice of Sandy Cheeks in SpongeBob.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, so she's going to expand on the Nickelodeon Super Bowl broadcast.
Okay. What time is that?
10:20.
10:20.
So we're going to have some fun with her just for a few minutes.
Right.
And so that's a good one. Coming up right at 10:30, I mean, we're loaded. Beth Ann Rossica. So we'll talk about Josh Shapiro, the budget, the state of education, and go through some of these locally in our region, some of these laws for AI and children. We'll visit that one. And then coming up in the 11 a.m. hour, Dr. Josh Umber, he's going to talk about healthcare costs, the rising costs of everything, not just beef, not just your car insurance, but as well healthcare costs and insurance. All of it coming up on the Dawn Show.
So she is the voice of SpongeBob.
Not SpongeBob, but Sandy Cheeks.
Sandy, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm going to have to have my son listen.
I lose track of all. You have Patrick, you have Mr. Krabs.
Yeah.
My wife used to call me Mr. Krabs.
Oh, you are.
In lifetime.
Yeah.
All right, so there you go. Looking forward to that. The Dawn
10:20.
Show. There you
Interesting.
go.
Cool.
8 minutes out.
Yeah.
All right, Greg, let's get to today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, February 7th, we celebrate the birthdays of Alan Lancaster of Status Quo and Sully Erna of Godsmack. Notable albums released today include Jesse Come Home by the James Gang in 76 and Metal Church's Blessing in Disguise from 89. Also, it was today in 64 that the Beatles landed JFK for their very first U.S. tour. And lastly, since it's Wednesday, find me rocking the airwaves of the all-volunteer station WRDV in Hatboro tonight between midnight and 3 a.m. Listen to WRDV.org or on the Radio Delaware Valley Network, including 893 in Hatboro and 107.3 here in Philly. And here's a quick preview. During my hour-long theme block at 1, it'll be the first of 2 shows covering bands that start with the letter C. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Lomquist.
Wow.
I'll take bands that start with C for 200, Alex.
I want to participate in this show so badly.
You should. You should do overnights with them on
I
Wednesday.
know. What time do we get up? It's basically overnights.
Yeah.
We start at 6 a.m. It's, yeah.
As long as you're ready to go at 6, do whatever you want.
It's true.
All right, let's get to Who Won Twitter today.
Who won Twitter?
Eric the Red wins Twitter. He said, so Lizzo can perform in an outfit resembling 2 rubber bands on a cantaloupe, but our kids can't have whole milk in school. Got it.
Oh. Wow.
Nice.
See? You put yourself out there.
Yep.
You get called out. There you go. All right, that'll do it for us. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is next. We're back tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. And as John Fetterman would say,
good night, everybody.
Kayal and Company will be sending someone on a 7-night Disney cruise for 4 to the Caribbean, and it could be you. Listen for the keyword weekday mornings at 8:30. Then go to 1210WPHT.com and enter for your chance to win. Wish you could show your kids the world? On a Disney Cruise Line vacation this summer? You can. On board, enjoy everything from Disney characters and imaginative dining to exclusive spaces for adults and kids alike. And on shore, sun-drenched beaches, charming locales, and crystal clear waters await. Now through February 22nd. Listen weekday mornings at 8:30 for the keyword. Then go to 1210WPHT.com and enter for your chance to grant your family's summer vacation wishes. Because the time to show your kids the world is now. From Kayal & Company and Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. In the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. The ugly truth is when you buy a timeshare, you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? The crazy thing is, this never ends. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. Call 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Purchase a 2023 courtesy Volvo S60 from Cherry Hill Volvo for less than $29,000. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo this month to purchase the sensational S60 courtesy Volvo for less than $29,000. This is an offer you don't want to miss. During January, we are offering financing for 3.99% on all new SUVs in stock. That's an interest rate of 3.99% up to 72 months. At Cherry Hill Volvo, we must make room for all the construction trucks.
If you put the words retirement savings crisis into Google, you'll get about 81 million references to explore. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, crazy markets, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. Don't trade the stress of work for a new kind of stress in retirement. Call Jim Cipriotti today, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 to schedule your complimentary retirement second opinion. Or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients. Today, Morgan & Morgan has more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world.
Visit forthepeople.com.